Hello and welcome back, everyone. What's this? Hey, happy chef. This is us dropping in on Sweden, allegedly. For Odin. Big true. Except, I think we forsake Odin. Did they change this since the patch? Wait, what the hell? Okay, yeah. We have Odin as our patron god. That's right. Wait a second. We get all the secondary effects too? Oh, Norse is cracked then. Wait. Hold up. Oh, bro. Oh, it's so much stab to change it. But we get 2.5 research, 5% literacy, and the 5% literacy. So we get 10% literacy, 10% fort defense, 1% discipline, 10 maritime presence, 5% food production, and 0.02. That means we would get 0.04% pop growth if we wanted to go for that. All those buffs are passes? The god you choose is a bonus? Yeah, I mean, I had, to be honest, I haven't jammed pagans that much and haven't paid that close attention when I do. We're getting 10% literacy bonus. Everyone knows that Odin likes to read. Obviously. Okay. Well, we are trying to flip onto Theocracy. That's why we're pushing Plutocracy. We need to get this to around 31, 32. And then we can tank it by decreasing our crown power. So that's kind of where we are. Let's check our antagonism. I think some people are big pissed at us. I think that we don't want the big people big pissed at us. So we're going to try to improve relations with Poland and Boho. Probably before we try and proceed too much. Do we completely kill our dip spending? We can throw a little bit in, I think. And then we have an idea, a plan, a dream of a better world. A world where we have pound-locked canals. So, I think that we also toggle auto-expand on this, maybe? No, not yet. We need to get better masonry in the market. Let's come in here and go masonry. I think that we should be watching this a little bit closer. And then lumber. And the reason we want to auto-expand there is because if we auto-expand there, that will pull slaves. And we want to increase the pop of this location to 5,000 so we can town it. Once we can town it, then we can bring a whole lot of slaves there. And increase the population like we have already done for this location, which has 50,000 pops. Slavery is so strong, man. And the, additional pops help you annex people faster, too. It's like, everything's good. Having a discussion with someone about Aristotle. Aristotle was very sus when it came to slavery. We'll upgrade those. Aristotle was of the opinion that if you were a slave, you deserved to be a slave because you had a slavish mentality, because had you not had a slavish mentality, you would end yourself rather than tolerating slavery. And then you're just like, whoa, calm down, dude. And of course, the great philosopher, who's not great nor a philosopher, Ye, adopted a very similar attitude towards slavery. Funny enough, just came from your 2K hours video just to see what blue shirt generals to have over black and gray. Those guys were hacks. They didn't understand the game. They didn't know that you got all the bonuses of Pagan, not just the pick one. Lithuania used to have 10% cav ability, so you could have 20 at the start. I think it's gone now. Womp womp. And cav got nerfed. Cav got uber nerfed. So, there was apparently infantry was like bugged, like how good it was, and like they rolled that back, so we'll have to be testing that out a little bit. Yeah, I think that we want a library here where we have like the infinite pops, but we're also pulling additional pops here, so we have a library queued up. Perfect. That's kind of how we drew it up. Is that... No, it just barely dodges being Arctic. Arctic's really bad. Arctic, we won't get percent pop growth, so I don't think we want to build slave centers in Arctic. We don't want to pull the slaves into the Arctic. And a lot of different locations follow this line of into these three locations here, basically. So I think we want to poundlock Canal all of them. This one we can't upgrade now. Don't have enough money. Here we have lumber and livestock. Well, with lumber as our input, we can start in on paper. And then as we develop more paper, we can go books and scriptoriums. I think that's going to be good for us. Here we don't have lumber as an input, but we can still go scriptoriums. Put them on auto-expand here. Now, unfortunately, we don't have very much demand for books. It's basically just going to be the libraries, because your demand, you have to get over 30 dev, and we're like nowhere near that. We are deving up over here, though. To be fair, deving like this little 3 triome province would hit 2 of the locations that get gone through. Do you prefer Reisberga over Vadensta? Or won't Reisberga take longer to get into a city? Oh, we're like almost indifferent. It's not going to take either one very long to get to enough pops to make it to a city. What's going to take a long time is deving them up enough to get a poundlock Canal. You have to get 20 dev. But we get the burger literacy up a lot faster, so we get the burger bonus at least quicker. If we do that faster. I like, I find the thing that you need to be connected by road to the capital really frustrating for the road dev bonus, though. So, like, straits work. They, like, thought this through for, like, Denmark, but, like, if you're, like, Great Britain and you get anything across the way, it just has 20% less dev. Yeah. Let's build a road from here to here. No, let's not. Let's try and figure out our masonry solution to our masonry problem. Do we have enough clay? Clay lets us get salt. Salt is now important. We don't have any salt RGOs here, but we have some over here. We also have the clay on the coast, also, or in provinces on the coast, lets you get better use out of your salt. But we also need more of these, so let's do that. We also have several masons auto-producing. Maybe it's just a time thing. Kind of feel like we have money burning a hole in our pocket. Is that a rocket in your pocket? So... Honestly, professional army just feels kind of booty hole. In general. Sorry, that was me on the computer noise thing. That wasn't you. I think the presence of mercs just like makes me almost hate the entire thing. To be fair, this increases our cost to court slider. Oh, but then we have 5% discipline in there. Yeah, we can't skip that ish. But we can wait for it to become cheaper. Which is, I think, what we'll do. Well, flat army morale is pretty strong, actually, from what I understand. And then we could go for the navy efficiency. This will actually, the construction and expanding raw materials stuff will actually be kind of nice QOL for us, considering. I think we go this first, though. Forget the dev bonus or the literacy bonus for nobles, but I think it's not terrible. Oh, just kidding, it's awful. Yeah, maybe we do have to take it sometime soon. I guess that's useful too. So we'll get both of those. Sure, we'll give you money. Notice our most illiterate places are where we're pulling slaves. Kind of cute. I mean, it's not cute because it's slavery, but you know what I mean. Now, I want to build a slave market here. I think let's build a library instead. It's so crazy to me we can build cathedrals. But yeah, let's get a library instead. This will get the literacy up quick. What are you drinking, Unc? We are drinking Redcon brand Vice City. It's like a tropically flavored energy drink. Played Sweden recently, didn't build a road for like 50 to 100 years, somewhere proximity. Yeah, we want the road for the dev though. So like here, it's getting minus 50%. We would effectively get 50% more dev growth if we had a road. Can you go over the pagan aspects one more time? Sure. So we chose Odin as our main god, who gives literacy and research speed. And then we also get more literacy, fort defense, discipline, nice, maritime presence, food production, population growth. We maybe should have gone for double population growth. There's a lot of clay and stone across the Baltic. This is something I've been meaning to kind of take a look at is, gonna do, like, Eastern Europe sometime soon, and Baltic, Ruthenia, Russia, and Pontic Steppe, I think I just don't know all that well. So I've been meaning to take a closer look at, like, what we have going on over here. We do have a big clearing. The thing is, they generally suffer for pops. We have a bit over here already. Lithuania is getting slapped around. Now's actually probably a good time to slap them around too. We might not even have to do anything ourselves. Our subjects should be able to take the wheel. Let's do some of that. Trying to, our money's, we're still getting a lot out of our money, so like, don't necessarily want to pay for sliders, but we do need to get enough to deck on these guys. I should have just decked on them instead of going to Courland. but they are currently experiencing difficulties. I think that more warfare should be driven by, like, this type of thing, where you're like, oh, you're fighting somewhere else. Of course, as a human player, like, enduring the receiving end of that is kind of frustrating, maybe. I think we just let the subjects take the wheel. No, maybe not. I think that's probably just being lazy. I don't think we need to mobilize a lot, though. Let's go for this, basically. Other trait, we got stab cost. I guess that's kind of okay. Prodigy. This game's just rubbing it in my face that we're not egalitarian. Just Prodigy, but yet another woman. You hate to see it. Back. Get some stuff going over here, hopefully. Yeah. Basically, as soon as that stuff's completing, we're getting cores. I do think we want to try and emphasize the coastline here with our colonies. It is all Arctic, so it's not going to be tremendous, but... Face cam's out of focus, not like this. Playing a two-disc game at the moment, really shoved down the AI with the hotfix. I have like 6k income. That's a lot of income. Net or just income? Funny how they balance the numbers. 1% discipline, 5% literacy equals 0.2% pop growth. Yeah, like discipline, you have to be very disciplined with how much of that modifier you give out because it's a discount modifier. If you start approaching like over 50% discipline, the numbers start getting obscene. I think they added a new PM to the Forest Village. Weapon for wild game, what do you think? Slipped under our radar. I realized we probably didn't have one. So weapon, I think, is 3. Base price, and then this is 1. So it's 0.2. It's 0.15 value for 0.2. The margin on that is actually much better than most of the village stuff, so it'll be profitable. The thing is, I don't think you want to create weapon demand. And I think wild game will tend to be collapsed in price. So I don't think it's very... I mean, I think the Forest Village is probably still unplayable. Like... it doesn't... Like, the local food production to me doesn't make any sense, and then, like, there's no food storage. Like, there's no situation where that's the best village, I think, for you to build. Let alone, like, the best building. Prodigy woman, +1 womb. Yeah. So, try to explore one of the islands close to Portugal for the institution. We're not that close to the next stage. I don't think we want to eat 10 ducats a month. At this point in the game. Arturi, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Once we get close to the end of the age, we'll be more inclined to do something like that. Alright, so when their siege finishes, I assume that we're not in charge of the siege. We will get to re-siege it with the... thing right there. Could also dev up this. Alright, Spiritualist, doesn't really matter. I think we're going for this. A little bit of development, I guess. We do want to pass it. I don't think we get another 25% without pushing Traditionalist. But the 2.5% research, like, bop is, like, not what we're about, so... We could try and... So we fight someone and grab the institution, or if we fight someone and grab territory, we get pull their institution. Or I phrased that wrong. Institution's about pop, it doesn't care if it's court or not. So if we conquer a bunch of territory from these guys with a high pop that has the institution, we can embrace the institution and then release it as subject. What we can do is we can at least siege out this other stuff. Because this is giving us slaves every time. Speaking of, let's maybe check. Price of masonry is still high. I think we're just gonna pull the trigger on that. We're in a war and we do want it to be getting more pops. Sure, what do you want to change policy for? Uneducated masses. We don't mind individualist values that much. I guess we get to take a peek underneath. Yeah, we don't want free subjects. It's just, so much of it's on the clergy here, and we just kind of got a brick for the clergy. Oh, we're gonna be upset about that. Alright, so Poland gets those sieges. They should... Now that they're fully occupied, they should piece these guys out pretty quick. Let's actually split you in half. And stand you on the forts. My recollection of how this works is correct. They, like, the forts get released with like 10 guys, so... This will be good for us. You need wild game for leather and pop needs? I mean, you'd much rather use it for cattle, but... Wait, it's market villages wood, weapons, and force villages to do wild game, so it's a closed loop? Yeah, but it's an inefficient loop. Force village doing wood into beeswax would be a random ad if they wanted to make a marginal source of random resources you might not be able to get locally. That's an interesting one. Is masonry demand much higher this update? Well, yes, because the estates build a bunch of shit. It's a lot higher, yeah. So we've, like, the estates spamming a bunch of buildings, like roads, is pulling on, our, source of masonry a lot harder. We're kind of content to just, like, spam masonry and, get them cheaper goods and, like, let them sort it out. To some extent. Just thinking here. Add another mason here. It's not that we necessarily want to use clay as an input, but it's right next to the market capital. Fortunately, I think we do have our war goal. Yeah, so we can't take a lot, but... We're let's just waiting for them to decide that they want to peace out. And we kind of hit the point where we wanted to hit, which is this has spread, or what we really needed to spread to is this location. Oh, it's not even there yet. This is our location of, like, yeah, once this place gets pro-armies, there's 50,000 pops there, which is like 10% of our population. So once this place gets pro-armies, kind of when we want to embrace it, because it's going to be much cheaper. And it's getting close there already. This has coming up what we want. I guess we'll click through that. Unfortunate. We're backsliding towards land here, anyway. We just basically did that for the dev. Theocracy should be bringing down the nobility, though. It's up to 30%. Do we have this on... No, we don't have a clergyman. Oh, we're starting to starve out? No, they get a tick of recovery, not like this. No, no. 40 guys. That's not that assaultable. But still, I think it's mainly just them getting clapped by our subjects here while we get the 2 sieges going early. So... we're gonna kind of be aggressive about forgetting if we don't disband those right now. The 1.1 to stabilize a bit. Is it a good move off stable? Yeah, there's some changes I don't like, but overall I think it's net good. There's 2 changes that are kind of the changes I've wanted most, so pretty happy to see those, and that's This one's not necessarily that important for game experience, especially in the early game, but I think is overall important, really important for the health of the game as well as future balancing, which is the proximity changes. And then kind of accompanying that is the interesting minigame with governors, and then secondarily, slave centers now work and plantations now work, although we have yet to test the plantations. And as a consequence, you're just really happy. Because that basically turns colonization on, whereas, like, colonizations, like, kind of the underpinning of colonizations has just been, like, bricked, and now it's, like, not, so. I think that we win that. Bro, how could it be peace imminent already? Okay. Separate piece. I think what we'll do is we will... Oh, we can't. Alright. We'll feed that to one of our subjects eventually. Or what we could do is we could make a new subject and then feed Inner Livolia. I think from Riga we will feed that to a new subject instead. I think what we would be doing is transferring a bunch of these subjects. Because that's less antagonism. So transfer... The problem with transferring, though, is they don't get released with all of our stuff. Which, actually, we would love to release them as a theocracy, if possible. Because then they are Norse themselves and they will do conversions. So, post this war, maybe we try and figure that out. But maybe transferring these guys is okay. The bigger guys. Which one of these guys has a claim? That guy has the claims. So we have to take not all the claims. Only peace deal, but we could take the rest of the province for him. And start to wrap around like this. And that's a 100% peace deal, so... It's probably what we're looking at. 100 antag. Is this apocalyptic? It's a lot of people really pissed at us. So we could maybe take a little bit less. Burn that bridge when we get to it, I guess. Plans for a world conquest? I'm just generally not that interested in world conquest. I think that, world conquest in general is really tedious, and I'm not that interested in doing it. I don't think it, like, proves much of anything, and also, like, if I were to do something for, like, a tedious accomplishment run, it would be, like, speed running 1 billion ducats or something. Switch succession for male heir to get naval push with heir and ruler plus admiral trait. Well, we're gonna swap theocracy, which puts you onto, it puts you on that track, yeah. Everyone knows that theocracies are naturally, of the persuasion of electing admirals only. This is common knowledge, and so that would be the case with our theocracy as well. He's not that far off of accepting this. You go for Minsk too, as well. No, not Minsk too. That was a diplomatic agreement. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, maybe this is good. Poland's gonna be upset. I think we're improving relations with Poland already. We are inviting a pretty big thing against us. But maybe we want Minsk and come off this and go for war reps. Oh, they have maps. We do like maps. We do like the maps. Mappies. Maps match maps. I haven't really done too much liberate area. Oh, let's take maps and war reparations. Go for this. I think this will be fine. Or actually, we should be able to take more than this. More maps once we get the discount on that. So this siege has to finish, basically. More maps is of course better, don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Roads are kind of coming out here. Masonry's still expensive. Looks like we finally got a professional army in our 50,000 pop location, and yeah, it makes this a little bit cheaper for us, so let's grab pro army. I suppose the thing we really want is the discipline. Army maintenance, yeah. Because this will apply to our levies, which, I mean, we could fight with regulars, but if we also merc up, this will apply to them too. Maybe we're not rich enough to merc up yet. We don't have any bonuses. I'm not sure we even want to go cavalrymen anymore. We might just want to go men-at-arms. PU dead in the U5? I don't think it's that great. It takes forever to annex them. I don't think slave buildings have been fixed yet. Dev post implied is coming next. Oh, yeah. You're right. It's coming next week. So will your colonial markets now buy slaves from the old world and fill right jobs? Next week, yeah. Are counting out good? Yes, they are. What do you think is a reasonable point for crown power? Well, it takes an increasingly large number of modifiers to push crown power the more crown power you have. So, like, you have diminishing returns on modifiers as it relates to... The value of crown power increases linearly. The cost of increasing your crown power score is, like, exponential. I think that's the right phraseology. So, what that means for you is that at a certain point, it's like, it's not worth the trade-off. And also, the cost of giving out privileges has decreasing marginal cost. Now, some privileges are better than others, so it's not like you want to give out every single privilege, but the more privileges you get out in terms of the math, the cheaper they get in terms of how much they cost in crown power. So I think that staying between 25 and 35 is generally a pretty good spot for crown power. I think if you're pushing something way higher than that, you're either in the late game or you're like paying way too much for crown power, effectively in opportunity cost. Downside of Theocracy, you don't have fiefdoms, yeah. I mean, Theocracy also got super nerfed this patch. Okay, so we should be able to get one more map, basically. Why do these guys stop doing stuff? Oh my god, I just want to select the 3. Everything that we take is also giving us slaves, importantly. So it's unfortunate we haven't finished the slave center yet, but it is what it is. I think we'll put this on auto expand. Actually, it doesn't need to go on auto expand, but we will add 2 levels, just so this area pulls enough pops or slave pops so that we can't urbanize it. Take Brest and Litvosk instead. Brest. Well, I like transferring these guys because it's less antag per location. I like doing this because this guy's more likely to be dev provincing soon. And so we're feeding subjects that we already have more territory. If we took something new, though, I would like to release just a new subject over here. Why are we valuing this stuff over here? Has it got more pop? What's the idea? Are fiefdoms locked to empires? I don't see them while playing Greece. They are locked behind monarchy. What do you think about granting independence to one location nations as to ally them to foreign favors and raise cultural opinion? This is kind of okay. But you can only raise cultural opinion if they are the biggest nation of that culture, so... Is that a mod you have to show sense? Yeah, so it's useful once you get over 1 million ducats. How was Theocracy nerfed? The tech that gave scaling per 1,000 clergymen now just gives flat. And also if you're a heresy, the aspect that gave you scaling per 1k clergyman now just gives flat. So it went from being like clearly the best to not. Both in terms of like I'm not. Yeah, I mean they just super nerfed it. I don't know. I don't know if they thought it was OP. I mean like I think that very obviously monarchy sucks. I think that that's like more an issue with monarchy than like the other two, because the other two are somewhat close. So I think it'd be more straightforward to buff monarchy than to try and... Also, you don't necessarily need to have them equal, but it would be more straightforward to buff monarchy than to, you know what I mean? Try and bring... Well, here's to him not rolling a general trait. That would be annoying. But, okay, he rolls an admiral trait. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is gonna help us to push naval. Like, the problem is just that monarchy is not very good. It's more straightforward to just buff monarchy. And you could buff monarchy... The most, like, straightforward way to buff monarchy would be to make paying for slider actually, like, important. Because as it stands right now, you just don't pay for your slider. in Theocracy and Republic, and this is one of the reasons why you don't need to pay for your legitimacy slider. This is one of the reasons why they're both better. In Monarchy, you have to pay for your legitimacy slider, and Monarchy is basically, if you have to pay for your legitimacy slider, Monarchy has a very big advantage because it's easier to get legitimacy. It's easier to get legitimacy than it is to get devotion or Republican tradition. We're letting this tick so that we take the slaves. So, like, I think the most straightforward way of approaching it, right, is just say, hey, we're gonna make it so that you actually pop disasters. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have transferred these guys. Maybe I'm being stupid. Damn it, you hate to see it. I was just thinking, like, if we full annex them, we get all their subjects anyways. Yeah. Maybe a mistake. Maybe they're big enough that this is fine, though. I think that works for us. Hope they boost monarchies? Yeah. Or, like, nerf both the Theocracy and the Republic. Alright, I guess I'm advocating a nerfing of both, which I just said I wasn't, but, like, I mean, like, make disasters actually a thing. Slave centers will pull slaves from raiding even if they haven't finished building. Wow, is that true? Big if true. Oh, it is true. Big true. Wild. What a time to be alive. Yeah. So that's nice for us. We are... How much of our population is slave? 10% of our population is slaves, and that's with the Insano pop promotion. The Danes that we have are, like, slaves. The, like, the Poles that we have, I think, are all... What is this? East Slavic? Yeah, those are slaves. These were probably slaves taken from Lithuania, yeah. Very confused how to do anything economically this patch. I can't build any demand. Well, where are you playing? Where are you playing really matters. If you're playing in a place with, like, no dev, it's rough. Is intentionally building RGO levels with too few pop to max the slave demand worth it? Trade off pops are great, but does it pay off? Is it a valid strategy? Is intentionally building RGO levels with too few pop worth to max for slave demand worth it? Too few pops to max for slave demand worth it? I don't think you do it to push the slave demand, but specifically we want to pull slaves here so we can get it to 5k pops, and that's why we were doing it. We're not just trying to create slave demand in the abstract. I think trying to delete all your slave centers and then build a whole bunch of RGOs that you can't properly utilize to create slave demand to be able to pull slaves from the from the AI because you have more demand than them. I think that, like, that's... I think you might be going a little bit too deep in the tank with that. If that's what you're asking. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. But fixing slider would be nerfing non-monarchy, not buffing monarchy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I realized I was being inconsistent, like, as I was saying it. Alright. This is rural. We want a bailiff there. Because our our income from the sound toll scales with control. So this will go up if we have a bailiff. Yeah, any tips for a Tunis start? Nothing too specific for Tunis. How many FPS are you running this? I don't know. I don't even know how to check. Enough that I'm not like, wow, my FPS, I'm dropping frames. When playing the game from my family library, I was thinking chance of buying the Royale Edition. Any chance you have some sort of referral links? Maybe in an older video. Yeah, if you use the code GENERALIST in all caps on the Paradox store, it will send 12% of the sale my way. It won't give you a discount, but if you wanted to support the channel, that's a really good way to do it at no additional cost. I would just cross-reference the price on Steam versus that, because sometimes there's a different exchange rate. That's if you wanted to support the channel. If you're talking about for a discount, I do not have anything that gives you a discount. I think that Paradox also prefers that you buy from their store as well. I think they get a bigger chunk of the money. I'm not 100% sure with how this works, but I think that's why they did the affiliate thing, because you buying from the official store, it lets you track the affiliate codes, or who's driving traffic and sales and this type of thing. But I think that I've been told that like 30% of the sale goes to Steam if it's off the Steam web store, and then it doesn't go to them if it's off the Paradox web store. So this means that effectively, like relative to the cost of the sale, like when you buy using creator's affiliate code, like what is it? Paradox gets like 18% and creator gets 12%. Eastern Europeans working in Western Europe for slave wages. Have I seen this before? The Slavs as slaves? No. How could this happen? The word slave, of course, etymologically coming from the word Slav. Like, to be fair, getting no downsides for low devotion or Republican tradition seems like a big oversight. It's a meme strat. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's clearly an oversight. I think if you do that, it's not necessarily the case that monarchy's best, but like it suddenly gets a lot better. Whoa. Why is this guy getting occupied? We don't like that. Smolensk, please. Excuse me. This situation's obnoxious. I think they're just gonna like annex our subject. And we were not aware. Yeah, so Lithuania is the target. Our guys in the war, even though we transferred them. And they're just gonna get like bopped. They're gonna get like full annexed, bro. God damn it. All these years that the academy wasted. I mean, I guess the game's easy enough that we just don't care, but it's not like the run is bricked or something. But like this, watch them just get full like occupied and then annexed by Smolensk. Like Smolensk probably wants that. We can use the AI Conquer Desire. Click on Smolensk and yeah, like that's why they declared the war. I wish I knew. They're not a subject of Lithuania. I'm gonna reload and take it over peace deal. Constant in general seems like a really poor thought out solution, especially when you climb great power status. Yeah, I don't like the way it scales either. It makes you really want to not pay for it. Like, cost of court is insano scaling. It makes cost of court modifiers just bad too, just in general. But yeah, I'm not into like having this awful peace deal because of that. Yeah. It's a good way for measured expansion. If I expand too fast without control, I lose money overall. I do think it kind of accomplishes that, but the solution, unfortunately, is like the solution that you're driven towards is not like expanding less. It's just like not paying for the slider and continuing to expand. You know what I mean? Yeah. So silly, man. We could, if we declare before Smolensk does, this also solves the problem as well. But I think we'll actually just work towards annexing. Maybe the person was right. Maybe we do take Brest. I think we're taking multiple different cultures here, and this is helping us not get super antagged. We do have maybe wait another month on Poland being upset. And then also, it looks like our reduction wasn't even applying to this guy, so we can take a bunch of maps too. And then I think we want war reparations. We still want a 100% peace deal, but this will be cleaner. Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, we're getting a better peace deal now because we're smarter, wiser, but like, also a little bit of nonsense. I guess Hungary, we're gonna kind of care what they think. And Kiev as well. And us getting more occupation does mean more slaves. Our favorite. I don't think we took too many game actions too. It's not like we built up the moon. It says you're playing Vic 3 in YouTube? Wait, what? Apologies. 1 second. We also get to delete the restream thing. It says we're saying playing Vic 3. Oh, it says no title. Alright, my bad. They're guessing I'm playing Vic 3. Loud car noises. Tanks go vroom vroom. Someone asked streaming 1080. They said the only thing they did was increase bitrate. So maybe I don't have enough bitrate. I think my computer didn't like it when I did that before, but I think I did not have as nice a computer before. So maybe that's something we can do now. Yeah, I think we'll just look to eventually annex these guys. Wait, what is Smolensk doing? Mailed knights all by themselves. Cute. Can't siege anything. We do want to eventually be able to build a road all the way this way. Slaves will get pulled over here too. Not necessarily a good thing. But I think just getting the RGOs occupied is like probably worth. We're letting these occupations finish because we want those juicy, juicy slaves. This is also less antagonism for us. Actually, let's see... No, we don't have a way to cheese an institution here. They don't have institutions. Oh, I'm stupid. No. Okay, cool. I didn't want to accidentally, like, lose my guy behind enemy lines. Alright, so we can... create subjects down here. I think that... We might save this guy for when we are Theocracy. This release. But this is also going to get rowdy. Alright, let's release. Let's just create subjects here. We're making them all fiefdoms because we're going to lose access to the ability to make fiefdoms as well, so this is probably okay. And then these guys, we will feed these 3 locations to the other guy as well, which we did last time. I think there should be more requirements on this, like, transfer interaction, probably. Seems too easy to use. And then this guy is a historic subject, who's going to generate his claims. Minsk. And Smolensk doesn't declare on the other guys. Wah wah. So stupid. So, what do we have here? We have flatlands. Forest. Not much dev. No stand RGOs. So the Lithuania is just kind of not very useful territory. We have a lake there. That's kind of useful. I think it's like mostly rivers, so the rivers are nice. Probably not the strongest area in the Baltic or Ruthenia. Like Ruthenia, I think you get pulled more down towards this iron, lumber, coal stuff. Coal's a really nice resource. Those guys are hopefully dev provincing. Should we start annexing a subject? Just to start getting the ball rolling. I think that we're gonna start moving towards... So we can start annexing Scania. Which is gonna take a while to annex. I think we're gonna start on this guy, though. Actually, umlaut. I think this is gonna be, like, no value here. Eventually we need that to be able to do a road to over here. Scania is going to take the longest to annex. 1482, that's forever. Finland probably has the most useful territory. They're going to take like a hot second too. Are they dev provincing at all? They are a little bit. Just a lot of this stuff just doesn't have dev except for Scania's. Scania we want to improve relation with one more time, so we have the cheap Dane integration. I guess we have other Danish subjects though. So maybe we just get started on this even though it's going to take a while. It's probably just not correct. We probably just should try and get good relations with all of our subjects instead. You know, naval range is calculated. For example, if I control Copenhagen and range down to Iberia, but I can also control Suez and Egypt, and I can barely make it past Yemen. I'm not sure exactly how it's calculated. I think it might require you have the dock plus building. Maybe. Don't you need to keep Scania alive to have overseas governor on the Sound Toll province? Nope, 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 nope. That's what this guy's for. We are planning on naval governor in Copenhagen. Do you not like enforcing culture on your vassals? No, we could still do that. It just, what should we do? I don't like it doing it very much on culture groups that are your own. Like, I still like using the resource of accepting some cultures. And, it's cheaper to accept people within your culture group. So, I think that it, probably makes more sense to just accept people who are Scandinavian than to enforce on them. What are the main points for gaming dev as high as possible? Well, subjects using dev province helps a lot. The thing is like, this land that Finland has wouldn't even be that valuable to us. But eventually your subjects can kind of get away from you in terms of, like, you have too many of them. So, there's some tension there. Riga would probably also make a decent overseas governor for us. This one might be better, though. So, let's actually transfer. And get ready to annex them, actually. Because I think that might be more useful to us first than other stuff. And then we could eventually turn that into a land governor once we attach a road. But given the way that we're conquering, I think Denmark might be coming in second. But also, we can get a decent amount of proximity to Denmark through here. Of course, we could get a decent amount of proximity over here. It is through 3 separate provinces, which is kind of a little bit annoying. What are we looking at here? The burghers are starting to rise up in power quite a bit. If we make a town, do you think that makes more clergy power or burgher power? So towns give more flat burghers. But clergy has more power base. So clergy have more base power. Burghers you get the flat 200, but then we get the scaling clergymen, but we don't get scaling burghers. So it's probably net positive to be doing that. So I think that we want to urbanize this and put down a slave market and a library. Oh, we can't do that until it's urbanized. Whoops, womp womp. Yeah, so we'll just have the chain of cities through here. But we could show off what we're talking about here. So per clergy, each clergy pop, or each one per 10k pop, you get 10 estate power. Burghers, you get only 2 per 1k. So as long as we're making 1/5 the amount of clergy, urbanizing will be good. So maybe this is actually like the way forward for us. This seems also decent for us, because we can make glass out of here. We currently do not have a place inside of Sand Province. Let's take a look at the Antag. Let's do that, and then pull back someone with whom we have a lot. You guys 3 rivers in it? Ooh. God damn it, I'm trying to pay with my Visa and they aren't accepting payment. Gonna take a bit longer to do it. If it's too inconvenient, just buy through Steam. That's definitely fine. The thing yeah, it's yeah. The cost is inconvenience, so. Hope you're a little better than yesterday. What? We were doing fine yesterday. I guess we had to restart yesterday. So if you're closer to the start of the stream, yeah. But the restart looked pretty good. What do you think about moving what do you think of the moving the pop caps capacity from trad economy to communalism? I think communalism's already better, so I think it makes sense from a simulation perspective. I think communalism's already better than individualism. I think individualism maybe needs to be a little bit better. The thing is I suspect that morale is actually not that strong a modifier, like in the long term. If your goal is to win battles, morale is important. If your goal is to preserve the amount of troops you have, morale is less important. And you should actually like retreat. You fight and then you saturate the fronts. And if the fronts are not saturated and you just retreat, you, I think, get the most out of your troops. And with morale makes them retreat faster before they're completely wiped out. When your unit is at half strength, it does half the damage, but it occupies a full frontage. This didn't used to be the case. I think they changed it for performance reasons, but two units at 50% strength take 2 frontage, not 1 frontage. And as a consequence of that, having units with low unit strength means you are bringing less stats to bear to the battle. And what morale does is it forces the units to stay in longer. So I think you actually do more damage with less morale. The thing is you will rout the entire army faster, or you will reach a point where you are not saturating frontage faster. Let's say the frontage is 10 and you have 40 units, right? You have 30 on each front and then 10 left over. And so what you want to do is you want to fight with the 30, let the extra 10 refill slots, and then when you get guys retreating such that you don't have 30 on the fronts anymore, you just retreat from the battle. So, if that's how it's working, morale might actually make you take more damage. However, in terms of winning battles, the person who has their guys stay in longer gets to have more stats brought to bear over the course of that individual battle, but like less in the context of the war. So like, also retreating guys is like micro. Unless I'm misunderstanding how the mechanics works, which can also be the case. Often is the case. Army's culture for OP for lieutenancy plus 100 plus lieutenancy plus the governor. Yeah, the Iberian insane in general is just insane. Iberian's just kind of like I think the lieutenancy and the viceroyalty buildings just shouldn't be in the game. I think they're like or if they are in the game, a lot of other cultures and culture groups should have juicy things too. The devs are in Iberia, they're in Spain. I think that there's perhaps a correlation between Spanish content being like the best and them. Figuring out naval range, I'm missing that I have fleet-based rights in England that were extended you further a lot. That would make sense. I'm at 600 hours and I learned something new every session. Very nice. I mean, I'm at 2,000 and I learn new things at a pretty high frequency, so there's much to learn, much to yearn. It's called Yearning, sweetie, look it up. Alright, so we're gonna town this as well. So we have the makings of our Panlock Canal system. The problem is that the dev in here is going to not be so good. We are deving here though. I don't want to dev a 3-location province, you know? Is there a river? No, there's not. Do we have good breadbasket locations? Do we not have any? Chat, I'm looking for 8+ food RGOs that are on rivers and I don't see any. Huh. I mean, we have that super OP fish province down there, but... Interesting. I mean, I guess that could breadbasket, like... Well, that's the thing is it's gonna breadbasket the Lund market. I think the Lund market we eventually move over here. We let Stockholm take the wheel. Especially once we get more roads and stuff. God, it's so silly that this place is not gonna dev up well. Because the road bonus is only 5% overseas. Just to fight a mega coalition with 150,000 regs. Wish you luck. Laters. You don't need luck, you just need mercenaries. So can you only take Norse slaves or remove them as well? We could slave raid Lithuania just fine. We could take heretics. So, let's go Stockholm. We do not want to push towards Aristo. We like this, because it helps us to push... Yeah. We get an additional push towards plutocracy. We're not looking to max out plutocracy. This is nice as well. I think we click up on this first. And then we get a CB on these guys. And we can glow Theocratic movement. This. We don't actually need to successfully promote a member of the burghers either. I think that we were fine with our laws just in general. The thing is, eventually we want to swap back to pushing aristocracy, just not yet. Oh, I guess we like traditional law more. We're not unlocking a new legal code next stage, though, are we? I don't think this is one of the categories. No, legal code. Civil law. And we want to deck this guy before on pause so that the coalition doesn't get big. Let's go for this. Let's get rid of these levies. These ones too. Not really that many guys, just these ones. And then now we can lessen levy obligations, and that's kind of okay for us. Or actually, are we supposed to wait for them to raise? Maybe supposed to wait for them to raise. Alright, now we can click. We don't want to go to humanist, so we can click this and try and get another 12%, but it's maybe a little bit loose. Or it's unlikely that we actually get there. So let's put this guy in charge. I have a sneaking suspicion this will be the end of Norway. But maybe this is not the way we should play it. The AI is very particular about or the HRE, that's a lot of antagonism if we go for HRE locations. I'm not sure we want to do that just yet. But we also might want to grab like 2 or something. Just to get our foot in the door. Or like to start the decay on some of the more interior HRE locations. Let's improve with these guys specifically as well. Pluto Aristo, Pluto for the short term so that we can get the guys powerful enough to swap Theocracy and then back Aristo. It looks too closely, but we'll recall the events you get from high individualism are kind of bad. Communalism is goaded with pop growth and literacy events, so it's hard to beat it. Yeah. Why is Sweden over the other two? 'Cause content. Sweden has like more content, and we're looking to play all the tier 1 and 2 nations at least once. We've also played Norway before, so. Suburbanization down. I think 31% is maybe when we save and see what we can manage by someone call an ambulance, but for these guys. Oh, that's kind of good for us. I mean, I'm kind of into taking these 2 locations. From them. Just a peace deal that's like everything plus this and this. But maybe that means we separate peace this other guy. Split up. We don't need a double stack, or we don't need the entire army to beat his stack. With that, we'll take a peek here. We can focus on the land right now, because we don't really have much naval anyways. And we could take the 7 stab, or extra taxes. I think I like taking the 7 stab, considering we're wanting to flop Theocracy, that's going to cost us 50 stab. Otherwise, we'd kind of be into the money. Money's kind of good for us right now, though. Is it always that you get that notification sound when you take a province now? It's not that we need the burger. Aristo is almost completely crushed out. Yeah. Oh wow, we lost a lot of pops to the winter? Or not a lot, I guess just kind of a medium amount. I'm gonna get Iceland too with this. I think we'll look to stack wipe him and then send this army down to Volgast. Actual real plan is to get trapped in the mountains in winter. Hey, let's go. Got trapped in the mountains in winter, alright. Let's go, baby! Lake gives irrigation though? Yeah, lakes are insane. Also, where a canal. Oh, lakes give irrigation. You're so right. It's so true, bestie. That means we can... Okay, we got several... Yeah, you're right. I'm not thinking with my dipstick, Jimmy. Yeah. We have several breadbasket locations. You start in Europe and switch to Colonialization, do you get all the dev and other bonuses? Well, so if the bonuses are on the culture, you get them. So, like, Castilian's, like, the best. I've heard someone make the argument for the purposes of giving your culture. does it just treat them as moving, which is why we're training morale? Even though we're stationary because of the mountains? Yeah. Getting trapped in winter, let's go! Let's go! Everyone's favorite. I think let's come down here. I wonder about subjugating this guy, actually. Do we have claims? No, he doesn't. That's gonna give us a lot of antag, I think. Oh, we lost our head of court clergy guy. That's unfortunate. That's why... So I was like, this had gone down to like 28% or something like this, and I was like, why is it lower? I'll explain it. Have you upgraded the copper location fully? It doesn't have that much control at this juncture, so no. I think we can build a bailiff though, and we haven't, so we should get on that. We've not upgraded it at all. But considering we can get slaves there and we can build a bailiff, the control will get up to 70, and that's pretty solid, so we'll do that. We don't want to take the stab hit, we'll just have monthly control, it's fine. Banking coming in hot. Which is nice considering where we are here. I'm not sure we want to stick in the war long enough to siege this stuff down, but I guess we'll take this for the food. Was that really just one province? 8 locations? Holy. I think we need an adjacent province for the food. You're not repairing up very slow. Very quick. That gives them some food. Also gives us some slaves. And let's grab or build some slave centers where we want the pound locks. It's so crazy you don't even need it produced for it to ship slaves there. And this is also just like so useful for us. Yeah, look at this. Like these areas we'll be able to build pound lock canals pretty quick. Stay winning slavery. Like pops are just so important. It's like, yeah. Maybe we can subjugate him. We have to see what it costs. I think we tagged all the guys. We stack wiped them, so let's go for this. And now... Oh, it's kind of still expensive on the stab is the thing. We don't have much innovative. We've been doing the... kind of the shuffle for this. Maybe we could push it now. 31% is kind of around where kind of thought that that number might be. So let's see. I don't know. We don't want to take like an enormous amount of loans, but the idea here is we're decreasing our crown power, which proportionally is going to give out more to these guys. If another 6 loans will do it, we'll do it. Right. Alright. Oh, we're so close. Surely. Oh, we might have to be at peace anyways. Yeah, just kidding. We have to be at peace. But we'll probably be able to do that at the end of the war. I don't want to float all these loans for the entire time. We're getting close. Your huh? Makes you sound like a Minecraft villager? Ha ha. Is legislative efficiency a dead modifier now? Yeah, basically. Pushing naval is now hard as fuck. You basically, like, have to have your ruler in charge of the navy to push it. Also make sure to lower the maintenance on your military, because that's a big one as well. No levies for you. Well, we also want to deck Holstein. And these guys, were they a co-belligerent? I think they were. A good way for us to check that. They are a co-belligerent, but it's also not a very good CB. I think since it's not a good CB, we actually won't take locations or subjugate them. Because we have a CB on these, on Holstein, so we can generate antagonism against these guys anyways. Let's do that. Wait, we're at war with Volgast? Don't remember this, but okay. We're kind of in the same boat with them. we can't full annex. Is this the really expensive stuff? What's the expensive stuff, man? They hate that. I guess that's kind of what we want here. So much antagonism, man. It was only against Danes. It's not real antagonism. We're gonna put someone in charge of this so that we actually push stuff. I guess, but we don't want either of these guys to have cabinet modifiers, like, leading into what we're about to do. I guess we'll just start changing a different value. We'll start taking slaves. Alright. Look, 14 less antag. Nice, nice. Alright. So I think we go for this. And then now... we take a save, and we flip Theocracy. How worse is naval countries in 1.1 compared to previous versions? Seems like proximity entering leaving port. Well, naval value is insane because it gives you additional governors. Entering and leaving port is more expensive, but all the sea zone, like traveling through sea zones, has not been affected at all. And so what it is it's going to be... but you also have, relativistically, like, land has also gotten nerfed. Going through rough terrain is way worse now than it was before. Overall, I think it's, like, net naval buff, especially as the game goes on. Because you have, like, whereas land would benefit from over 50% procs a lot more, naval, or land would be able to push over 50% procs a lot more. Now, the equivalent of like 50% procs is better in the old version of proximity, not as good in this version, and so because naval tended to get less procs, it proportionally more benefits as well. Alright, so we have our save. I don't think this stuff has institutions, so it's not going to help us embrace the institutions faster. So, get rid of him, and then take like 12 loans. We have another way to tank crown power a little bit. I don't think we have another good way. Yeah, so, debt right now. It's all that. We want to flip Theocracy before we release new subjects is also a thing. So. The Pirate Republic of Victual Brothers. Where are these guys? We could swap to being Norse pirates. Can we... Oh, they just take over our dirt? I think we will handle them. Okay, interesting. Also not quite enough, so let's try another 5. Not a budge. Let's try this. I think this is the absolute most amount of loans we're interested in taking. So we might just load if we can't push it from there. That is enough though. Alright. Theocracy time, baby. And then now we push naval. Oh no, not like this. Didn't you have a admiral trait? Yeah, that's not gonna work very well. Okay. Let's see what else we can push. Well, we can push aristocracy up now. We can push communalism too. Let's push communalism. Just because it's a fast push. And then... let's give this guy a location here. Someone told me this exploit still works for creating fiefdoms, but it wasn't when we checked it out, but maybe it is. I think that actually will give this guy 2 provinces. Just to save on Diplo at a certain point. Probably should have given some more of these far north guys additional provinces. Alright, so now we have the minimum number of locations we can have. I think we want to go for banking first. So we get docks. We will do that. And then I think we'll just beeline thirst for knowledge. We're going to have potential for pound-lock canals that are really good, and trade range is just generally good, but it might not be so good for us. Servants of God is going to be kind of okay. It was super nerfed though. They took Servants of God to Pound Town. Actually, let's maybe pick up some of this other stuff first. So we actually should not have embraced banking yet. Whoops. I think Divine Cause we want. Like, in an immediate sense. Same with Servants of God. Actually, you know what? think we just do one dock ahead of this. But then we'll go for these other things. And then checking in the free tree. If there's anything clergy oriented. Yeah, there is. Efficiency of cabinets, kind of okay. I think we'll leave it on the table for now. Yeah, let's just do this. And we now have options. Would you consider you sharing your keybinds file config? Look at the link down below in the Discord. It's pinned in one of the things. We have the keybinds shared, yeah. Okay, getting tired of this? Not of stream story? Sorry to play next story. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, we can do mission on the high seas. Oh, Theocracy is such cool. Well, big nice. Yeah, we do this one first. So we can actually push naval. It's magic. So we could push naval. I think that that's more important than communalism. We just can't push it to 50. If we don't have like an avenue to push it to 50, then maybe we gotta figure something out. Alright, we also lose both of our things. Garrison system's not insane on them. I don't know why. Oh, it didn't deslot plutocratic either, so we just didn't have it. Well, you don't want the progression towards land right now until we can lock in the other stuff. Wow, this is what hell is. We actually don't have a good slot in here. Other than dip traditions, maybe. God. Is it really just dip traditions right now? We could do garrison system. I think it's just dip traditions. Wow, I think it's going to be a sufficiently long amount of time before we want to slot out dip traditions that it's just dip traditions. Crazy. What a time to be alive. Does Norse have unique content? No, but they can raid for slaves. You know if Japan's playable? It's been reported to me that it's not. You're out of sailors, so boats don't repair? Okay. Oh wow, we're a little bit behind. Why is Aristo better than Pluto? Pluto does not give potential burgers anymore. The potential X per 1k pop is really important for stimulating the economy, so that is why. These guys don't have enough boats to stop us. We don't want them to get allies though, so... I think we'll just raise just that, and then I have 10 plus less Navy max push assigned cabinet, and when it was bugged, it looked it was at 60. Might be bugged. What? I'm not sure what you're saying, my guy. Alright, I think we can do this and it embarks as much as it can. Yeah. How we factor it up. Let's get rid of these pirates. Yar, me timbers. Embargo buff change values? Yeah. I'm not sure I'm a fan of it, but you can change values very quickly now, yeah. I think I would like to see a system where for the changing of values, I would like to see a system, or just generally with privileges and like laws and stuff, or privileges. Laws already do this, but I'd like to see more variation as time goes on. Like, I would like to see... Right now, all your privileges are unlocked in Age 1. I would like to see more privileges as time goes on, and estate privileges and laws combinations allowing kind of feeling like values open up and change and this type of stuff, where like it textures your run, or there are really good privileges you don't have in earlier ages that are really good later on, that make you that make it worth switching off of a value that otherwise is good onto a new one. Like, I think serfdom, I would be a fan of it being good in the early game, but then you unlock new privileges, and the privileges are so good that you're just like, well, we can't maintain serfdom anymore, and then you have to go free subjects. Like, I think that that's, like, an interesting gameplay pattern. I don't like the kind of design philosophy where it's like, we want both of these things to be equally pushable, or, like, equally good at all phases of the game. Which I think is, like, how they want to do it. Oh, hey, Playmaker. Or hey in 10 minutes, because we're a little bit behind on chat. You miss when you double pause when there's a pop-up game. Now I lower the game speed before I'm pausing. Womp womp. Was playing some EU4, might go back. Oh, interesting. I mean, there's more EU4 players right now. I think making content for EU5 in general is a little bit rough. How's serfdom versus free subjects after the change? I think you prefer serfdom now, but I think it's like much closer. You should do a campaign for Sweden focusing on pop growth. It's very good. Case study with the drawback of Sweden. I mean, clearly you're not slave maxing. Look at this, 50,000 pops here. What do you mean you're running out of pops? What do you mean? You could wait for next stage? No, we don't want to wait to swap. I'm inviting people with job opportunities. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm glad someone understands. Oh, what are we doing? Other than being dumb. Yeah. We are going to just kill our slider for that. And then I think that we could do reforms, or, yeah, privileges here. Because we're gonna run out of devotion. Oh no, wait, you never run out of devotion, I forgot. Control the borderlands, very strong. Proximity through land, happiness for the nobles, big nice. And then I think we're gonna go for this as well. Just a nice big chunk of noble satisfaction. Don't get anything new for the clergy. Womp womp. Thought we did. But now we don't mind these guys gaining a little bit of extra juice. I think we're gonna go for the... Do we have gold, silver, copper output? Maritime presence as a modifier is not that great, but the ratio of satisfaction to power is pretty good. I think we'd honestly rather have market attraction than the maritime presence. Been kind of giving out fewer burger privileges, but like we really don't have that much satisfaction on them. I think we could give out some later though. Unfortunately, we want to push serfdom, so that's why we haven't given out a lot of these. But now we could tax these guys way more. Yeah, the throttle is generally more on the estate sat. This is something that is very good for the nobles in general. Or sorry, is good for theocracy, as you get a lot of noble satisfaction. I left my PC 2 hours and forgot to stop the stream. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your carelessness. We can we city this? No, we can't. We probably can't city. We don't have any money. What am I saying? It's totally fine to make X better than Y niche in a specific phase of the game. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, yeah. I just disagree with the design philosophy in general, yeah. Or not in general, but like balance is good in like theory, but like it's not, you don't have to balance everything always. And also, something's gotta be better. I feel like, at a certain point you gotta just be like, you have to like balance the finest of swords to make it so that 50% of the time one value will be better than the other. Like, that's such a hard bar to like achieve. And like, if that's your metric for success, I think you're gonna have issues. We can build a settlement? What? Oh, did I just huge leak and never check settlements? No, these are new settlements. Okay. Or maybe I huge leaked. Yeah, these are not in our... Yeah, we can't build settlements as much. Wow. Maybe I had... Yeah, maybe that's a leak. Okay, so this will help us to push aristocracy if we pass this. I think we go sponsor the noble arts and try and flip onto... That's not very useful for us right now. We could do this, and then law change mining law onto the nobility mining law, which is gonna flip us a lot towards trending towards aristocracy. And then we could go this. And this. And actually pass sponsor the noble arts. We can push it to 0.24 and then do our thing, I guess. We have quite a big stab deficit. I forgot we can pay for stab. Republicans, like, basically can't pay for stab. You can pay for stab as a theocracy. Like, the penalties for theocracy being low is, like, is not nearly as bad as the Republican. Or it doesn't interfere with pushing stab. I guess satisfaction is kind of important, but... we, like, just stone cold don't care about devotion and all. Alright, what law can we do? Theocratic leadership. We're not fort maxing yet, so I think we just go clerical state for the tax ethic. Have it feel good. Corfe, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You're using an aggressive recruitment strategy? Wait, what? What do you mean? We call it headhunting, right? It's called HR, sweetie, look it up. How does privilege giving 10% satisfaction, 10% influence, and 10% proximity not get fixed? 10% influence, too. Wait. Which one are we talking about? This is just satisfaction and procs, but yeah. It's nice. To be fair, this is, this did get nerfed this patch. Every other source of proximity got doubled, or for the most part got doubled, but this did not get doubled. But like, this is real nice that you get to get this satisfaction bump as well. Makes the nobles really powerful though, harder to maintain high crown power. It's got definitely some downsides. But we have plenty of children. Oh, I forgot we also, as every good So every good theocracy is, we're now an admiral election. Alright, let's try and... let's find ourselves a good admiral. Or someone we want to put in charge. And then... and tag received minus 10% is kind of decent. Let's sort by total stats. So no one's got insano stats. But if someone gets a trait that's really good, we'll be into it. Oh no. We've got like 3 antagonism events in a row. But we will not flip back monarchy. We will get our extra devotion back. And with that devotion, we will go searching for more characters. This guy is kind of okay. Dip rep. Antag received. I mean, this guy is so far the best guy we have. But you know what? We could just wait another month. We will find a man to succeed us. And get 20 more devotion. Maybe we don't need to care that much about pop growth, but with that 20 additional devotion, I think you guys can pick up what I'm putting down here. We will continue to push for things. Whee! That guy's got some stats. Hard to get a guy that's extraordinarily good, but we're also looking for a particular setup, let's say. We, of course, will not step down. We will maintain the cause for Odin. We do it for Odin, and now he's the successor because he's the only other guy who is on a boat. And everyone knows in a theocratic Norse succession, we gotta do it based on who's on the boats. Who's gonna carry the boats? Alright. I must inquire. As to the gentlemen who would carry the boats, who are they? Is this one better? One of these gives 10 stat, the other doesn't. Yeah, so this one's actually better. And if we change this, we can press another button. Kind of like clicking the buttons. So we could go additional taxes. I don't know if we want to take the 12 stab hit to do this, though. I think we want to peak. Okay, so we can click another time. Don't want to fight those guys. Riga and Osul. Our subject Osul? It's a big group. Are you like a free city? We have a weaker navy. Austria doesn't join. Austria doesn't have much going on either. And we could just walk across to there. Lancaster. What are you doing? Alright, we need diplomat as well. I only got 20 devotion 2 times for raw 10 prestige for so free. It is free. Welcome to the cachet. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What unlocks control the borderlands? Theocracy. So you have to be a theocracy. Arctic provinces usually lack the peasants as the base. 1 RGO occupies all the pops. Yes, but we have slavery, and we have a big market, which has all this up here, right? And so what will happen is, if we expand these out, they'll just pull slaves. Now that slaves actually shuffle around. So, we effectively will get to make use of all the RGOs. I don't think we will create another market up here, and then we'll just, like, stop expanding and, you know, should be able to build a lot of settlements. Were mistakes made? Oh no, mistakes were made. Alright. Not like this. I thought we checked this. That's absent-mindedness on my part, actually. Big bad. No good. No good, big bad. Any specific reasons why there are no hired counselors? Not anymore. We had a reason, we lost the reason. Well, right now we have no money. But just kind of focused on trying to get a high quality heir in place. I mean, this guy's kind of okay. But yeah, we just get to farm free devotion, so we get as many free characters as we want. The thing is, it's hard for them to roll super high, so... We are looking for traits, though, that we particularly really want. And the one that we want the most is the dev one. Let's push naval. Because I think we want to kill off our ruler. Our ruler unfortunately has a general trait, so he's preventing us from pushing naval. So if we're going to kill off a ruler, we want to have a good heir in place. We don't want to wait for his kids to come of age. We don't want to wait for Magnus to become a man. But we should be able to push a better character into here. But we're also recruiting up new characters. Let's see if we can do better than an 82. Maybe we just kind of do this a few months. Gambling encouraged by Paradox, basically. Elections are always won by boats, checks out, yeah. It's called boat maxing, sweetie, look it up. Like, the Theocracy also is just, like, very clearly, like, in terms of its representation, it, like, almost only makes sense for Christian, like, nations, like, thematically. Alright, so here we could get this guy instead. He's the same man, basically. You're probably also gonna lag out the game, to be honest. Noob here wonders why you're pushing aristocracy. So, the promotions, possible nobles per, this is the most powerful aspect of both theocracy and plutocracy. It's no longer on plutocracy. Trade efficiency is still pretty good, but, like, we want the internal demand created by the nobles. So why so many OPMs? Because they use cabinet actions. They'll def province for us. Maybe can find an example. A lot of them might be converting though. Yeah, so like this guy using dev province. This territory is going to be way more valuable later on for us. We can't project control to it right now, so we don't want to own it right now, but eventually. We do. A little bit of discipline in our lives. Still not seeing exactly what we want. RGO output, raw material output's pretty good too, but also incidentally this just maxes out clergy satisfaction always, so we could just be doing this too. It's just tedious to click this a whole bunch. I'm thinking we might not be able to find much better though. Womp womp. Don't know what this one does. So I haven't gotten the one that we really, really want. Alright, let's see what we got. You be pushing a lot. Unfortunately, it's only nobles and burghers. We're rolling all types of characters, only nobles and burghers can be assigned to lead a fleet. So, like, the clergyman that we're rolling can't be assigned, like, this clergyman. This is the trait we're looking for. We're looking for someone to hit architectural visionary, but we're just not hitting it. Are commoners allowed in cabinet right now? I think we kind of want them in cabinet. Can't afford the devotion. That's terrible. How will we get more devotion? God, this game's kind of hard sometimes. Okay. Let's put the commoners in the administration. Okay. And then, before we take a peek, let's go this. Okay. And then yeah, it's gonna be hard for us to roll much better than 82. I think that we tend not to roll super high. Also, unfortunately, not rolling an architectural visionary. We can keep trying. It's kind of insipid, though, as a play pattern. And I think we'll take this guy, actually, because he's young, and we should be able to have a bunch of kids and do things with the kids. So we'll put this guy out to pasture, and he'll die probably pretty quick. It's a little on the young side, though. Maybe takes him a little while to kick the bucket. Alright, let's catch up on the chat. Can you build irrigation lakes to get the cap for the settlements? Oh, maybe. That's kind of interesting. It's expensive. We lack funds. But you're right, we could. And would not mind doing it on areas where we have kind of these breadbasket locations. Not sure. We'll see. The thing is a lot of this is like Forest and Woods. Forest and Woods and this type of stuff has 25 and 50k. And Grassland's also 50k base, so the proportionate to the base amount that you have, you're not adding that much. So might use Uppsala for food. Farmland's kind of nice, probably just urbanizing it though. Anyone know how I could avoid using my capital region as England when the Dominion in Wales has a rebellion? How can avoid losing your capital region? Don't have a rebellion that takes London with it. I think it's not supposed to work like that. It's supposed to snap back, but we experienced where it's like not snapping back like the way it's supposed to. So, kind of a little bit frustrating. Alright, this 82 might be the best we can do. We're just gonna slot in an older 82 guy. Seems that they tend to roll the same traits or similar traits. Alright. And then this Admiral election, we will take a little bit of a look-see. Let's see if we have any better. We don't. We haven't seen a single guy roll the, let alone a guy with good stats, roll the trait we're looking for, so I think we'll just calm down about this. We've gone through so many characters, it's fine. Okay. So I think we'll appoint the best guy we can get to this. Someone who's also got like high combined stats, preferably. It's the 82 with the highest combined stats. Some of that. And then I think we have a CB, yeah, on Lubeck. Traditional economy, no. I think we push traditional economy until we're, like, ready to push the other way. We do want capital economy, but traditional economy is better than being at 0. This is impeding our ability to push naval, but... The possible clerics is in all locations. I don't think we have any place over 30 dev, though. That's when we start getting the demand for some of the bigger stuff. Or the books. I guess we can put this guy in charge of the army. He's, I guess, also our backup, so maybe that's irresponsible. If we somehow lose an heir, but I think we won't. Betcha we won't. Okay. Hamburg's maybe worth subjugating. Brennan's also a really good location. Send our ruler to his death. Maybe he loses one of these fights. I kinda don't wanna just hemorrhage the galleys for no reason though. I think if we just keep clicking over, eventually we get there. Maybe not. One galley, what do you got? 4 galleys. It's maybe a problem, but maybe we've already gotten the troops there, so it doesn't matter. I guess probably, yeah. I don't want to diss anyone, but I have opinions regarding whoever designed the plus 20 devotion as a penalty for not paying devotion. You know, I think you might be onto something here. I think you might be thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. Although, it is balanced by the fact that we might misclick. You ever think about that? I don't think so. We might misclick. Riddle me that. Gaining complacency too, so we might want to trigger a coalition and like actually let it simmer. Alright, what is our divine cause? Oh, I think we lose this battle. Oh no. Why'd you stop marching, dog? We do, so let's get a decent retreat spot. We hire a guy who's decently competent too. That's kind of alright. Oh no, we didn't give enough space. Oh, did that take some of our money? It took some of our money. Jesus. get this guy over here finally, I think. Yeah, they hired mercs. Let's do that for the research speed. I'll let the troops link up. No, negative satisfaction on the guy where we can just click the button to get infinite satisfaction. No, what will we do? We hired a bunch of guys. Maybe there's someone better by now? No. I wonder if it's impossible to roll that trait not on a burger character, because it seems to be a consistent theme. This isn't something that we've necessarily pay that close attention to before, but maybe you can't roll that trait that we're looking for on a burger or a noble, because we've not cheesed the system this hard before. Maybe it's also just a really rare trait though. I guess he's not gonna get transported. Do we win this? Oh, it's 100% mercs. We likely do not win that then. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Yeah, us ducking into the Hansa was a mistake. I don't know if we can get enough money. We could take loans and then merc more. He's not going to split up. Maybe I just want this to be a gameplay pattern, so I'm forcing it, but... I think we do want more cavalry. We would like tier 2 units though, if possible. Someone did have tier 2 units. The UI for this is still rough. We could think about who's likely to have tier 2 units, I guess. It's gonna be Italians. Right? It'd be sweet if you also got their bonuses too. Okay, cool. Give us those tier 2 units. Or the guy who had the cannons had the tier 2s. Oh, this might be cutting it close. I know that the mercs will join the battle here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. We were underprepared for this. They have 8,000 guys now. We're paying a lot to... The loans are really bad to hold as well. In terms of our income. I don't think we could retreat way across the way. This seems to be allowing us to kind of pseudo-retreat. We're losing a lot of guys each time we do this, though. Okay. Yeah, we might just lose this. Trying to think how, if there's any way we have to like scrape the bottom of the barrel. We could try and trap them in the wrong spot navally. It's like the only thing I can think of. We need to get our docks online, though. We could take more loans and recruit more mercs. That didn't really work out too well. This is painful, chat. I'm trying to lock in. Do you think support farms in North and East cab actions is worth it? I don't think so. It's like applying to a low-value location, like, because the north isn't very valuable, and then it's like pop growth on a place that has like no pop. It's just kind of medium. Finally managed to buy premium edition. Took over an hour. Payment accepted. Hope you get a fair share. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Divine cause is 0% unemployment. A vote for journalists is a vote for Odin. Basically. Yeah, I didn't think through Lubeck just being able to merc up so much, and we just don't have the economy to like match the mercs. Like we have a big, well, maybe we do. Maybe we're just like handling this wrong. Could take like another 800 in debt. We could take like another 8 to 10 loans. And try to hire more mercs. I think we might need that. I don't know why we got squashed so hard, too. I think it's cheaper just to accept this than to, like, try and merc up and fight this. Yeah, not looking hot indeed. No. Mercs are just so strong on this patch. I didn't think that through all the way. Like, the Hansa, like, relative to, like, before, the Hansa is getting, like, 20 times the number of mercs they otherwise would be able to. Normally, they would just merc up 1 or 2 units. Not like a 20 stack. I think we just accept and just avoid the stab hits, and it's uncomfortable. And we have to fight the Hansa again sometime. Oh, just so grim having paid for the mercs too. I guess we could fight Lithuania with these mercs. It's not the worst. It's kind of yeah, I mean it's painful, but this guy get trapped? He does get trapped. Alright, see, they're poor and they can't hire mercs. I think that was really cool. Like, as a play pattern, that was sick. Like, obviously we got clapped, like, uber hard, but, like, as a play pattern, like, just what's going on there is, like, kind of cool, I think. Because, like, we were taking loans to, like, merc up and, like, you know, try and fight them off, and then they merked up, and, like, that's kind of, like, how mercs should work. I think they're a little bit overtuned, or, well, I think they're very overtuned, but sure. Let's get military tactics. I was also, when we had the numbers advantage, I was a little disappointed we didn't win that battle. We maybe should have taken a closer look at it, but, alas, poor Yorick. We knew him well, Horatio. Alright, but we could come here. Now, we did get a boop noise. Thank you for the 100 bits, my guy. Also, Just Jake, thanks. Thank you for the Prime subscription. And Field Medic, thank you for the 100 bits. I love a good hype train. Was there a hype train? Whoop whoop. Why did it start 2 minutes ago? From Just Jake? Makes sense. Much appreciated, my guy. Hansa crushes early game, you gotta watch out for them for sure. Yeah, no, this is just like... Oh, definitely feel really stupid. But, like, definitely deserve to lose that, so, like, what are you gonna do? I think we'll go Pursuit of Knowledge. So these aren't mercs, so we should be able to do pretty well against their guys. Also, we have can link up. So just looking to pick. Get a pick of some kind. Religious zeal's not terrible. I think we do want to push defensive though, so because we want to do the Theocracy forts thing at some point eventually. I think this battle is good for us. If this is bad for us, it's gonna be real bad. Oh, he insta retreats. Two steps. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, my guy. Kroonzilla, thank you for the sub as well. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. So very much, you guys. Hey, pipe. I have mixed feelings. Well, yeah, the hype train I've got some feelings about. I definitely love the support. But don't FOMO on the hype train. I think we... Yeah. I think it's there first. Do we win this? Jesus. Craig, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. Craig 9670. Thank you, thank you. Mercs didn't spread out, only joined in one line. The flanks killed you. Oh, that's what happened? That makes sense. We had more guys, right? Do we have a mod for game speed? We do. I don't understand why they reduced the base cost again. Sledgehammer balancing. Yeah, I think that they could have just fixed the modifier. So now, like, you can get 20 times as many mercs, basically. And, like, that seems like a lot to me. For, like, the same price. Recruitment cost. You don't have reductions on everything, though. I think that we don't want to randomly lose these mercs. So we'll do this. Oh, we should have tried to save that guy. Are we close to full annex? Probably not. No. I mean, unless... Oh! Might be able to full annex Lithuania here. Does this guy want to try it? No, he doesn't. He wants to go for the weak stack. No, not my gumdrop subjects. Let's go down here. Just a +1. I think we win this. We haven't been able to, like, really get a battle that overstacking, though. Haven't been able to really get a battle where we get to do substantive damage. Just been getting into his retreats. Oh, this is gonna be both, like, a lot of damage on both sides here. We maybe aren't winning that. Let's retreat to here. And maybe we go for university now for the conversion. That way we can flip everything Norse real easy. Vroom vroom every time? Yeah, it startles the shit out of me. I really gotta change that. Thank you for the EU5 content, my dude. You're so very welcome. Thank you for the resub. Where's the backfiring before the resub? I gotta put it in. I gotta change that up. It, like, really catches me off guard, like, every time. Celibacy. How about not? Oh, we want our ruler to die. And then we want to have him out here, and then with one med galley. Yeah, I messed this up. We want to have our future heir safe and sound. Antagonism receives not bad. I think we do want to try and get some more of these guys, though. We're trying to link up with these guys over here. That's why we moved out that way. You can take the research progress. The events that push you towards, like, capital economy are, like, bad in the early game, and then they get better later. Yeah, we should be trying to repay the loans. I think that the war goal will be down here, so maybe we bob and weave a little bit. Yeah, we're not ticking on him. And actually, maybe we look to get out of this war. And not pay for another round of the mercs. Which is going to be uncomfortable. But then we're really relying on these guys to win it. Maybe we do have to pay the round of the mercs. I don't want to, though. I think we maybe satisfy ourselves not with a full annex. And instead just like a nice chunk. Oh my god, I forgot to click the buttons for Parliament. I kind of want to reload over that. Eight month. Just completely spaced out on that. I got a question for you. Where the heck do I put the market around northern Mexico? Northern Mexico? We can take a look. Northern Mexico. Is this after we already... No, this is before we punted. Maybe play that a little differently. Northern Mexico. Yikes. Well, you want it to be, like, on the high friction location. The highest friction location. You might want to put it on this tile. It's also good upstream now. Because, like, the rivers flow the wrong direction for market access. So, just, like, initial reaction is, like, this lumber here. I don't know how far north you mean. That looks kind of good to me. Closest to the coast, we'll get a downriver bonus. Gets to push both directions of the mountain range for cheaper. Alright, we're gonna click the buttons on our parliament right now as well, so we don't forget again. Like, it doesn't really do anything for us. We don't really have much levies. Not sure we need a law change here. But I think we just beeline Minsk. And I think we don't want to take loans to re-mark up. Minsk is the war goal, yeah. So I think we just pip the war goal here. Really would love to be able to force that guy to, like, help us out. We maybe want to change some of this to like central council to allow us to push the stuff. And then we'll take the thing that gives us 7 stab effective. And then I think we just try and get out of here kind of quick. We just like wanted to make use of the mercs before the end. Who's the heir without him? Well, the Crown Power character leading the bigger one. Okay. I think we can take this. Oh, I feel like we really want to annex them, but I don't think we can. I don't think we have enough military. I don't want to mark up just to try and do this. And he's still got maps. Maybe this is fine. I think we just want out. This guy has cores already. Now this, if we're being anal about it, we can intentionally assign the people who rolled these traits. And then give them control. Because we can't make these guys our leaders, because they need to specifically be boat people, and these are not boat people. They're not boat people. They have no boats. They feel nothing. They are not real people even. And then let's start repaying all our loans. a little bit of a speed bump here with the Hansa. I actually enjoy when that happens, though, to some degree. Okay, close to where I was talking about. Yeah, did I miss the mark in terms of where you were looking for? Joe Blogs, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Clergy don't get raised as levies. Just put women as your vassals, they can't go to cabinet anyways. Right, but we're getting this. Generally we do the women, but we have a bunch of extra characters we recruited. We can just wait 1 month and we'll get the event. We've lost a core. It's not what we meant to click. We meant to click a force culture, but okay. We'll take his debt. Not sure we want to decrease the fort maintenance. Okay. Who do we want as the heir? I don't think the military tactics guy. Monthly prosperity guy? We can work with Midas touched. That's real good. So we will stop doing that nonsense. I think we will settle for the Midas touch guy with, like, combined total stats close to 200. I think that that's good enough for us. Alright, so we'll go into chill mode a little bit. See what text we can go for. I think we wanted to go for, yeah, the university. For our law. And now, naval's trending towards 0.44, and that is with a ruler that has a general trait. Oh, the thing lies. Army maintenance, army tradition, ruler has general trait, bad things. Rule is an admiral, heir is an admiral, navy maintenance, navy size. We're also going to be increasing the size of the navy, but that's going to take a hot second. I think the biggest priority is paying off this. What happened there? I think we've improved relations with them, I guess. I think we want to annex him, he has a good port. Norway has joined the coalition. Denmark has joined the coalition. Yeah, I'm trying to make the trait for the plus dev. Kind of okay with what we got, though. Admiralty regime is the best reform in the game. Why? You could just flip theocracy. Admiralty regime doesn't give you an additional... This doesn't give you an additional, governor. Like, surely the two that give you governors are better. Hanzo gets crazy trade bonus. Trade is super cracked this patch too. Because like I think trade income is better relative to tax income. I think with the changes, like I think it is an improvement. Perm has a lot more maps to steal than anyone around. We'll get on that then. But yeah, I think we need to chill because I think our levies are basically gone and we don't have a standing army and we can't afford mercs, so we are in chill/recovery mode. And war reps. That's just like bothering me, like that it's not a multiple of 5 in terms of what we have, so we go for that. Wait, why do you get Admiralty Succession from Theocracy? What do you mean? Why wouldn't a Theocracy automatically swap you onto Admiral Succession? I'm not sure I understand the question. You mean to say that the worship of good Lord Odin would not naturally result in an Admiral election for the Norse Theocracy? Why do you only have one gov reform enacted? Because we want to push naval. And we don't want to take the 20 stab hit. We don't want any of these long term, and we don't want to take the 20 stab hit. So we want to get naval to 50. And we can get naval to 50, then we can slot in harbor admin. I don't like abusing the fact that you can have negative diplomats. I don't know why that one bothers me from like an exploit standpoint, but it does. And no more loans. It's not very useful for us right now. Once we push naval, I think we're also going to prosperity 1 as well, so that's why we want the naval one and the prosperity one. Can you die already? I'm not sure if you guys can see that modifier. This just giving us 10 sat is like so silly too. Just perma on it. Dev here is coming on up. We maybe even want to think about researching padlock canals sometime soon here. I think what we'll go for is we'll go for the literacy. And then padlock canals, or padlock canals is on the way to the literacy. Yeah, it's on the way to the literacy. So we'll do that after. Not that trade range is too insane for us. I think we'll also go for this. Hanzo gets trade added to eco base. Oh yeah, they're different because they're, yeah, building base or whatever. It's because Jesus walked on water. I think this might be the reason. I think you're thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. You're like getting flat dev growth in just an awful area. Like, so how good is flat dev growth in an awful area? Like, the action itself is good, but the locations you have to apply it to are trash. I think we're gonna dev province somewhere. That's 8 locations. 7, 9. 5, 7. But these are higher value. And dev in the capital helps with your how quickly you're pushing out from the capital. Like it doesn't care about the lake, but oh, that's interesting. But this modifier here, or wait, where is it? Development. From our development, we're getting 12% efficiency. Does it affect when we're exiting the port as well? Right? Yeah, it does. So this makes it all of our naval push to be faster if we were to dev province there. So that dev leads to extra control. So I think it's close enough. We're gonna dev upland. What's upland? Also, it's gonna be more valuable. Harbor administration, probably top 3 gov reforms. Yeah, I mean, I think that the 2 that give you additional governors are just like top 2, clearly. Ice and Cram, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Like, I think the other one is an age 4. It's an age 4, like, naval sounding one. Yeah, this one. Proximity cost to port also decent now. Not too crazy, but the harbor capacity on every coastal location is really strong, so yeah, it's the truth. Have you touched the worst government in the game? Step hordes that don't get the CHI tag? I've not taken a close look at it. No. Why walk on water when you could be in a boat? Exactly. Alright, looks like our war reps are up. Are these guys rebelling? Let's have a think here. Where do we have the best harbor? We want this urbanized. So it's a good harbor. I guess we're not even pushing to there through the naval, or we probably won't be. Ava we don't own. This is already urbanized. I mean, we don't necessarily need to urbanize. We could actually just auto-expand out some of this stuff. Fruit's really expensive. We have no intention of resolving that. Fish's cheap, lumber's cheap. Lumber is cheap. Carpenters guilds. Not normally something we would go for. Tannery is also reasonable. We have a sand location there. We have a sand location down here. I'm not sure we have a sand and livestock location. No, we just have a bunch of... There's a bunch of sand here, but no sand plus livestock, so we don't have a better spot for the tannery. And then, how much are we earning per trade? Third of the ducat. We just like, this might help our trade though, so that we export it. What are we trading even? I guess we don't want to trade for this anymore. We're exporting books. We can make books. We can make more books. We can do that. So why don't we also have you auto-expand paper. There. And here, we have tools. Long term, we could do weaponsmith there too. Not look good right now. This we wanted to do glass. Alright, we could do the fabric out of here as well. Just a regular spinner's guild, trying to maintain bonuses basically. If we can, and set up economy stuff. Auto expand now that things are kind of in good shape. Alright. Fiber crops also can go cloth. Where are we building our naval supplies out of? This is our only province with fiber crops that I could see. I'm not 100% sure fiber crops are the biggest input though. Let's take a look. So I have a fiber crop. Yeah, it's 0.1 copper. At subsequent levels, copper doesn't really come up. So yeah, naval supply guild here makes sense, I think. That on auto expand. We built this down here. Gotta have lumber and fish. We have paper already. We could do Carpenter's Guild as well. Maybe dye maker. We don't have alum. So we just use the lumber. Now, allegedly, Sala becomes eventually jewelry. Sorry, silver. So that makes a jeweler's guild out of there would maybe make sense. X though. Yeah, I guess maybe we're also just still kind of in the process of wanting just to urbanize more. Especially in locations with high dev. So this makes probably a lot of sense. Because that will be 20 dev soon. The fish up there too, maybe. Okay, so we also want to think through where we're going first. In terms of our provinces. We're annexing Finland, so we could go East Baltic Sea, North Baltic Sea, and this as our initial naval hub. Which is going to make us want to push these guys. Or annex these guys reasonably quickly. Also nice for getting a specific ruler trait is all of our fiefdom subjects still have the same ruler. So all these fiefdom guys, they will benefit from the prosperity guy. Chinese step hordes have better events for the brokenness that comes with being a step horde. As free subjects affect noble power with peasant enfranchisement, the nobles get like a smaller chunk of the money. I think serfdom and just taxing the nobles more is better, but I'm not super confident in that. I've installed a faster Universalis mod, but I still have X7 speed, not X5. Is the mod working properly? Maybe not. Seems like it's going pretty fast. Maybe we need to... Oh, you know what? It's a different mod that's interfering. We don't really need that mod right now. The mod that we have that's interfering, here we could just turn it off, is for gold display to show more decimals. And that's important once we get over 1 million ducats, but we don't have over 1 million ducats. So we'll just turn it off. Yeah, I forgot bricks like all the top bar stuff. Is there an easy way, like in the army, to check max frontage of the armies? I think there is. We'll take a look. We maybe want to have a small standing army too. Infantry specifically, we have an infantry bonus. So if we want a small standing infantry army, then I guess what we want is the... And if we're gonna also use more levies, we want the infantry thing. I still need to check out a little bit more. I have a suspicion about how the merc stuff works, which is as soon as you research the merc tech, it starts pulling more mercs from your locations. So this is negative pop growth, but then it fills a pool. So I think once the pool is filled, then you're just chilling. Well, but with regards to the mercs, like you have burgers and stuff that leave to become mercs. I believe they leave to fill a pool. I believe the pool scales with the tech that you research. And so the more techs you research, the more your pool is going to be pulled from. But I think that once you fill the pool, it doesn't pull any more burgers, except for your pop continues to grow, and the pool scales with your pop size too, right? But this means that when you initially research a tech, it starts pulling a ton of burgers. And so you probably want to like research fewer techs if you can get away with it, which is kind of what we were thinking of trying to do, is not to research a military unit tech this age and just rely on mercs instead. I mean, maybe that's what we're supposed to do. We're just supposed to avoid the Hansa. But another thing is, like, when we research armory, then all of our future subjects get armory too. And this makes it harder to maintain control over your subjects. So there's like maybe some weird metagame where you're not supposed to research armory. And if you're not even researching armory, then like maybe you're not supposed to get the tech, because the tech doesn't increase the cost or the tree. The tree increases your research speed, but it also increases the scaling cost of some things. But I guess we could go men-at-arms. And then I think we also do a cannon maker, because we can actually make cannons pretty well, considering we have the copper. But yeah. Wait, did we only have access to the first 5 speeds? Oh my god, I feel real stupid now. You're going speed like 5 instead of 7. This is so much faster. I apologize. I would like to apologize to the Academy. I'm gonna do this and push innovative. This is also just so this is one of the nice parts about Theocracy is this. You pass it, 5 research progress. It's pretty nice early game, but like scale's not so good, but like the monthly literacy is so good for bringing up the rural areas specifically, which traditionally will struggle quite a bit. How are we doing on roads? I'm not necessarily sold on where we're supposed to build all of the market villages, but maybe we're just supposed to actually spam them like kind of everywhere, especially in the Arctic. Well, I think that we want them wherever we have livestock. on a lake, because I think that we want to try not to urbanize the livestock on the lake locations, so we'll add those. And the monthly literacy, it's hard to... Max literacy is, like, hard to tick up, generally. Like, if we take a look here, we look at these guys. Their max literacy is 56%, so they often get a little bit stuck in terms of achieving their literacy, which is granted to them by Odin. 5 out of 7 sounds like a perfect score. I put prefer 3.6 out of 5. Not great, not terrible. How can I approach beating Castile as Morocco when the whole Iberia is united? Don't let them get united. Try and buddy up with France to the extent you can. You could also just... Oh, well, sorry. Mercs are just insane. If you just eco up and you could just merc them really hard, and then they don't fight very well in your territory. What's this? Wait, what? Oh my. Is anyone as disgusted as I am? Is anyone as disgusted as I am? What trade do we get? Oh, okay. Oh, it's just a revolter. Just kidding. I'm no longer as disgusted. We're gonna click this to be able to generate a CB there. We still might click it when our tech finishes here. Because the malice to tech. Alright, so we have some research pooled up that's unused. Or we have a little bit of progress towards this. But this minus 2.5 doesn't store up. So that means we could just do this, then this, then this. And it's... Oh, did they change it? So now it's negative? Now you get negative progress? Oh, that's so cool. I don't think we'll click this anymore then. Used to not get negative progress. Unless it's overflowing. I don't think we want to give that. Oh, they fixed that. Now you get negative progress. Okay. Okay. Did not used to be that like that. Why is your clergy power so high? We're a theocracy, my guy. We have most of the privileges given out too. I think we probably do want more of these as well. Another reason why we couldn't beat Hansa is because we didn't have a dominant navy. But these guys are going to be able to patrol the seas reasonably well. And we get 10% satisfaction on the peasants too. Oh baby. Which is going to help the prosperity. I think our dream of crown power characters may be silly. Really want this guy to die, man. Ego's starting to come up. We need to put a hotkey on that. We need to sit down and decide on a hotkey. sand is expensive, wow. Guess roads keep getting built. Nobles will build settlements? It's news to me. Let's maybe get a couple more docks. Well, just that one should be fine. Don't we have... No, wait. Yeah, that's what we want. Continue to want this guy to die. I think this is just telling us that, yeah, we colonized another location. Oh, we should have gotten a claim from Parliament over here. Maybe us just kind of being pieced out for a while. My crown powers keep becoming nobles without any warning. I have full crown council and they keep becoming nobles after a decade. They're not just spontaneously doing it, it's when your leader dies. Like, if it's not direct family, they become crown, which is, like, kind of obnoxious. So, like, if someone's your uncle, they become a crown character, or they become noble character. Yeah. Silbojak gets turned into silver? Silbojak. We were told a different location. I guess that's incentive to get that location. We were told Sala. We were lied to. Maybe we have dreams of Panlock Canal up here. I think that this is Arctic though. We have dreams of not hunting a bunch of pops into the Arctic, just generally. How much iron do we have? What's the iron situation look like? We are overproducing it. It is cheap. They reduce the weight to 1. Is this something we can export? Not very well. Once we get the iron output tech though, like Sweden's gonna feel so good. Like, we have a ton of iron and then we have a ton of lakes, and everywhere adjacent to the lake can build bog iron smelters. Game is just like unbalanced around Sweden and Iberia. The audio system where you could store like 12 months of research probably just added negatives to it. Yeah, no, before release it used to be able to like do the things, not lose the research. Have you tested granaries on the latest patch? Yeah, they're super cracked. We actually should be building more granaries. Thanks for reminding me. Like, trying to think of what we should be building. It's definitely granaries. The thing is, we've been struggling with masonry just generally, but we maybe need just like a little bit of a different approach. Yeah, we're auto-expanding the masons. I guess they're not profitable, so yeah, that'll just turn on a bunch of mason expands, which works for us. Finland's gonna be re-annexed pretty soon here, so we'll thank them for the little bit of extra dev they added to the stuff. Which they have. I think we will want to get docks there, or a dock. And maybe have like winter stuff's so obnoxious. Like, this is like one of the things that like just kind of sucks playing them, is like microing the fleets. I think that we could put it on just each individual fleet on patrolling just one province, and that'll work. Like if we just set this guy to control the seas and we just select this only, I think he will intelligently go back and forth. This guy's our heir, currently. Being categorically unable to have marriages is kind of womp womp, but... in theory, if you, like, super aggressively create, like, a royal family, like, before flipping Theocracy, you can still have crown characters for a while, but... wow, the game is flying. Faster Universalis, maybe I'm just, like, super sleeping on it, it's crazy. Does slavery work? Yeah, they work. Solid becomes silver too? You weren't lied to, I corrected myself after. Okay. Slaves do not fill employment in a janissary barracks. It's not fixed yet, it's going to be fixed. Like next week. You guys think we're gonna get mission trees? No. I think that the ability to mod them is in, so if people want to make mods for it, though, they definitely can. So we might see mods for mission trees. Yeah, this... I don't even think we need to do anything. We'll let the goon squad get him. Goon squad? That is so fast. Yeah, unfortunately, they are getting occupied by someone else. I guess maybe we, yeah, should have declared a little while ago. But we'll probably wait out however this war goes. Because we want to full annex whatever's left, so we get the subjects too. I think that we're going to recruit a few footmen though. We're going to recruit 8 footmen though. Was that naval we pushed? No. Yeah, once our ruler dies, we should be able to push naval all the way. In fact, maybe we can right now? We can promote this guy to head of cabinet. Let's take a look. A lot of our subjects don't like us very much. We'd rather they did, especially the ones we want to annex in the near future. Because now we will get naval propagation here. Are barks even on our... Let's go barks first. And then go for the military. Let's go for that and reevaluate when we get there. How are we doing on pop growth in some of these locations? 0.6. Pretty good clip. Can we build settlements and bridges? Let's take a look. Okay. And then then let's go for bridges. Soon padlock canals. Actually, I don't even think Stockholm's a city. Yeah, it's not a city. It is 20 dev though. So we do want to get other links in the chain up to 20 dev. And specifically, we're not deving this little province, so this is going to be one of the more valuable locations for us to dev, so we're going to do our thing there. We do want to push aristocracy. So we could pass this to push plus 10. I'm trying to kill this guy off, so I don't like boosting him. So we're gonna try and pass this. That goes to Wales. What the hell? I think we won't mess with... I think we want to claim on Denmark. Let's go tax exemption. Well... Oh, that was stupid. I could have just declared on Holstein instead. I'm a dum-dum. God damn it. I hate being a dum-dum. That was unnecessary. I think exemption's how we get the next bit. What are we I think we're currently favoring the ruler, and we want to until we get more crown power modifiers, so... Yeah. Yep. I am playing on the beta, yeah. No even Lubeck anymore. In my former Sweden run, iron to Lubeck used to be the most profitable. I don't think there's enough stuff going on yet. I don't think they have enough tools and stuff. U5 making us understand why Russia's so anal about warm weather ports. Yeah. Big true. Maybe granting this is actually just silly. I need to understand a little bit better if this is, like, multiplicative or additive. I think it's additive, so if it's additive, you kind of don't care. And also, you do want urban parliament seats in various locations. So you can choose where to dev, but you would want them in specific locations, and so you'd sweat the decision. Oh, Playmaker uses mod, I feel like you'd enjoy faster game speed. Does he not? You should tell him. Tell Playmaker. I want him to know it was me. Yeah. Thank you. We get a ruler change, and with that, we get this, the monthly prosperity. Now, unfortunately for us, we have to keep him in the Navy and we don't want him to die, so... yeah. That means we're gonna be missing out on crown power, basically. Not thrilled with these characters. In terms of, the successor, but also... very likely to die. For a half second I thought I saw the one that gives dev. Okay, this guy is going to be in charge. Unfortunately, we cannot marry him. That's the thing with Republic. Republic you can marry. So Republic sorting the crown power characters is a lot easier. I just think Republic's a lot better than Theocracy now. But okay. Wait, did we already get universities? And I'm asleep at the wheel. We did. I am asleep at the wheel. So we're just going to add universities where we have enormous populace. And we want the unis because it'll give us access to another law. Also, they will spread institutions and stuff faster. And more literacy and stuff, etc. Literacy is coming up quite nicely. I don't think we have, what? Oh, they're not cities, my bad. So I think that's what we save up for next, is turning the capital into a city. Go, fly, my minions. Fly. Who's... Minsk? Okay. Yeah, we are gonna full annex them now. Didn't we want to pass that? Did I just let it decay down? Oh well. Not the biggest deal in the world. Now our push towards naval is real high. I think we actually just need to add a little bit of navy and we'll be able to get a 0.5. I do want barks. I think we're gonna want more than 15 galleys though. These guys will push this stuff right now too. Decently well. Yeah. As Portugal, should I make my naval governor in Suez, do you think? Or would I be able to push control there? You can kind of push control there. It's not terrible. Actually, I kind of don't like it. Because you're going to be pushing out 80 proximity from... You might even be able to get 80 proximity from your capital to Suez. I don't like it. Nah. Because you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then... Oh, I guess 5, and then you're in Suez. And so if your push out is cheap, your 5 locations are cheap, that's like 15, you're basically going to have 80 procs there already, so it'll just be a do nothing. Yeah. Better would be down here. I don't even think that this is necessarily that good, I'm just saying it would be better. You could do it in adjacent subcontinents, right? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. You, like, almost wish... I mean, the capital for you might still go in Suez as Portugal, depending on where you're conquering, because Maghreb is adjacent to West Africa, which is kind of nice, so that... And it's also adjacent to, like, Egypt, so you can put, like, a capital in Egypt and a capital down here. I think you can cheese the naval capitals, though. I think you could temporarily move the capital to Suez and then move it back, and you want to do this for viceroyalities anyways, so... Grab another footman. Eventually. Oh, I always forget to change this. Just give them more starting experience. Actually, the starting experience might hurt our naval. And we don't want a standing army, just kidding. Let's not do that. Having to click that event constantly, though, is a bit of a vibe. We want to just save up. I don't think that these guys can get... Something funky might happen here, where since we're handing territory over to Minsk, they might get the annexation on Lithuania and the subjects. We don't want that to happen, so we're going to save before we annex. Yeah, every subject we release after this should be theocratic and trying to convert people to paganism. Norse paganism. We're researching, yeah, we're researching bark now. Maybe we go 10 barks or something. We don't have a heir lined up, but this guy's kind of okay. Doesn't have a trait. Probably doesn't have a trait, so we don't care. Should he not be better? Why is he worse than this other guy? That doesn't make sense. Do they make it so the cabinet characters take a while to get in? What's going on there? Us just expanding the Navy might help though. I think more stuff's going through the seas, yeah. Fratricide or not, don't like fratricide too much. Because it gives you like massive antagonism, I think. Like just unholy amounts of antagonism. We're gonna save, but we might let him full occupy just so we can get more slaves. It's probably the way to do it. Okay. Okay, they do have the correct overlords. And they should have claims on this guy. Yeah, buddy. I thought we were building a spy network there to steal maps. Let's not do that just yet. So weird that colonies release with like 5 dev and then they're just higher dev than a lot of the stuff you start with. It's like you'd almost want to decolonize and recolonize just for it. Like, what's this about? Okay. I think we do actually want to release some version of Lithuania, or do we actually own... No one else owns Lithuanian stuff but us. Alright, never mind, we don't. What does Minsk have claims on? We'll just give them their core. the rest of that stuff. This guy, I think, has architectural visionary, yeah. So we'll give him a little bit more than we otherwise would. We could, in theory, like, farm more architectural visionaries, but I think that's... We're maybe going a little bit too deep in the tank if we do that. Although... Let's make a custom subject here. I don't know if you could search for architectural visionary like that. You maybe put a woman in charge if we don't have another architectural visionary, which I don't think we do. Let's turn it over to a woman. Yep, she should do just fine. And then I think with the rest, we release Lithuania. With 3 provinces. Relatively small. All cored up. Oh, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Are we good enough relations with this guy to annex yet? We are. He's got the best natural harbor in the west. Except it's the east. Put unis where we have enormous pops. We won't talk about how they got there. Nope, we won't. Never talk about it. Can't talk about. Won't talk about it. Can you call it Sueda? Is that a meme? I'm too new to catch. Why you call it Sueda? That's like the name of the province. If you like, if a Christian controls it, is Sueda. Which I'm not trying to say that like Christians should control it. But the name of the location, like, for, like, the standard English-speaking name is, like, Sueda. And, like, so for example, this is Cairo. But if, you have localization, it's this instead. More nobles wouldn't want to live in a filthy republic. You take it back. You just flip back the other way. What is your mod list, please? What is the mod for performance? Faster Universalis. Sorry. It is Faster Universalis. Which appears to be cranking reasonably well. Hey, we get competent diplomacy. So, we have 5 barks coming in. Go for another 5 barks. Gerald calls it Sueda to piss me off. The actual name is Sueda. You just misread it as Sueda or whatever. Brother. It's Sueda. How's it phonetically? I know you're from Spain. How is it phonetically? Is it Cueta? Ceuta? Is it Ceuta? I think if you don't push naval, if your ruler isn't on your largest navy. Really? I think he just needs to be an admiral. Ruler's an admiral. There it is, point 1. Oh, we don't have heir as an admiral. Or sister, rather. Yeah. Whoever we put on this ship will become the heir, though. Tolerance is kind of okay. But we want that because he'll become the heir. And then we will be able to push naval more. Now pushing 0.7. Wait, what happened? Did our ruler get a naval trait? Was that just us getting a bigger navy now? Okay. Well, either way, we can slot in harbor admin now, so we will. It's, Ceuta? Ceuta. Okay. Ceuta. Cab ethic, maybe? Cab ethic's not... I feel like something flipped, and I'm not understanding why. Like, why is it 72? This is without Harbor Administration coming in. So Harbor Administration's gonna put it in the 90s. Now it turns out journalists gaming largest audiences from Spain. Womp womp. Ceuta. 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 I'll probably use the Mexican like pronunciation instead of the Spanish one though. Ceuta instead of Ceuta. Or the Barcelona one. We will just take that. It does make it hard to push prestige, but whatever. Yeah, this is gonna push up to 90. The floodgates have been open. So... I hate this. That's 15 stab or 10 research, which is better. Probably 10 research. It feels bad though. We don't like how that feels. Alright, Crown Power is going to actually be good. Maybe the game's going a little bit too fast. I feel like it's choppy the way it's chugging. Alright, let's take a look at what we could grab. Rising the nobility. Do we like curtail the nobility these days? Max tax for nobles. I think we're already max taxing them. So serfdom plus curtail. The thing is we get discount on the fort maintenance, making that not as good a proposition as it otherwise would be. Extra gov reform. We don't need a gov reform because we can't even. We're not even using all the reform slots we have. I think we're into counting houses. Oh, actually, bureaucracy. What are we doing? I hate that you can click on that in that way. Let's go that. Stuff. Expand material times we might want. Alright. Let's build a couple armories. Did you turn off Asia? What do you mean? No. Much better. The E is pronounced cell. Sueta? Sueta? Sometimes it's like you rage bait the names, like when you pronounced Eshfan as Eshfan. Esfahan. What is the worst was like, what is it? Badajos? I was pronouncing Bajos. Which was not intentional. But like Bajos is like a pejorative or a vulgar word, I think, and Badajos is like name of a place. I see a button in Parliament tab to change Parliament type, but all others are shit. Why would you change to any of them? Is there a niche for that? Usually, you're wanting to change onto the one that allows the burghers to be in Parliament. Not everyone starts out with allowing the burghers in Parliament. So, that's kind of the way that shakes out. Alright, let's kind of try and get this up. We can dev the interior and intentionally fail it. I kind of like missionary zeal right now, actually, honestly, though. I think we want this ruler to stay around, though, so we'll probably go support the state and try and pass it. Tax exemption. Oh, 68 power. Let's go, baby. It's so nice when you could just intentionally keep spiking that event to get the extra satisfaction. Alright, and I think the reason we want to pass it is because we're going to go education of the missionaries, which is going to give us 50 flat conversion speed. Friend. Which is real good. Education of the people, kind of the standard. Nope, not for us. Education of the missionaries. So these guys, it's going to be all Norse very, very quickly here. Which is good because we've been kind of having low satisfaction because places aren't Norse, except for here where they're really, really satisfied. As satisfied you could be, plus 3%. I'm glad you guys like my flub on the other stuff. So we are getting prosperity here. Yeah, it should be doing a little bit better. Especially once we get the other stuff in. Once we get to 81 naval, also we will probably slot in this, which we're holding out for the extra prosperity. So we're getting 0.2 prosperity coming up, plus the extra satisfaction effect on prosperity, so it's gonna be pretty nice. Saving up for city. Saving up for turning Stockholm into a city. 1200. Not the end of the world. We'll just do that one. We'd rather peek what they have to do anyways. Okay, and we will queue up turning this into a city. So that we could get our Pound Lock Canal. Let's just show off what we mean. So this education thing's only 30% in, right? Gives 50 flat conversion. The base flat conversion is 2. It's 25x. And our subjects we release that have universities will be able to do that right quick as well. But like, even in areas where we have pretty low control, still gonna absolutely fly. And then like we have extra tolerance of true faith, right, from the 2 spiritualists here. Okay. I think we're gonna continue to expand out the barks. If you start the naval governors and then switch to land, do you keep the naval governors you already built? I don't think so. I think they brick, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tested this. You should take Novgorod Trade Center. It should be 30-ish income subject. We want to eventually. What do hourly ticks do in a vanilla game? They pass. Huh. Wonder why we didn't take them as core. Okay. Some poor relations there too. Can we get another? We haven't pushed all the way towards this. This isn't the biggest push. Just to get a CB would be kind of nice, actually. We have to fight Hungary there. If we decked on the Teutonic Order, we would not have to fight. Oh, we would. We're gonna get the CB over there for free. We could go after... How can I mispronounce this name improperly? Slutsk? I'm guessing it's Sludisk or something like this. Probably makes sense to go after these guys. How are we doing on loyalty? We're kind of chilling. Except for the people we just converted. Yeah, because we have a bunch of fiefdoms and we're using vassals right now, so we're in good shape there. Probably makes sense for us to continue conquering down. Hmm. 1420 is the cooldown on that. We really want to kind of get the coastline more. I don't want to fight Hungary, though. Hungary is a hungry hippo. They seem really strong. Maybe we're just supposed to chill and not click the extra buttons. Probably not. We're probably not supposed to chill. Or law change. Maybe there's a law change in here that's good. We got the Aristo pushing law. Favor the ruler, I think we still want. Protect trade routes. I think we want navy audits, actually, so we can make that swap. Mandatory impressment, and this also allows us to push stuff. But we're pushing naval right now, so maybe we go naval audits, actually. And then we go for focus on land. Confusing the audience. Alright. Oh, what have we done? We have to accept Estonian now. Does that makes sense for us to do. $1.17. Yeah, we're gonna have to force cultures. Okay. I think that we're actually going to culture convert this ourselves, then. While it is high control still and ticking down. But I think we'll also be able to get decent amount of proximity there. How big is the pops? Yeah, that should be a quick culture conversion. In fact, we could do this to pull slaves. Do we want to go after Riga? Oh, maybe we should have gotten claims on Riga. Oh, they're part of the coalition. Which we don't have a CB on right now. Oh, hourly units? Yeah, hourly's for battle ticks. This was the purpose of the hourly as well. Like, that's the intention, is to make battles more realistic, but then they kind of like... So like the game before release, battles used to happen in like a day and a half, and reinforcement was impossible, and also the pacing of the game was like such that by the time you realized the battle was happening, it was over. Which there's some realism into that, and I kind of liked it, but like most of the other content creators absolutely hated it. Because it meant you couldn't really watch battles unless you knew the battle was about to happen, then you could kind of watch it. And it would have been like really rough for multiplayer, and reinforcement would have been impossible. But okay, more realistic. But now they have these battles take like weeks or whatever, and with like that system, probably didn't need the hourly ticks, you know? Hourly tick affects everything in the game that doesn't change on the month tick. The mod just simulates it happening. I think only movement. I don't think everything gets simulated in the hourly ticks in the base game. But I guess I have to talk to the creator of the mod then. What it's doing exactly. Ooh, look at that proximity though. Ooh, girl, look at that proximity. Okay. So I think once we get 10 whatchamacallums, we'll leave them behind. I should have let the day tick. I was thinking maybe we want to use this to either accept something. Looks like we can't accept anything though. Prove our feeling of the Danes. This is also at 100? No. I mean, we could go for it. Let's enforce religion more on these guys. Actually, I kind of like just we could probably just assimilate them. Doing decent procs, or sorry, we could just annex these guys, I think, to try and get to forming Scandinavia faster. Yeah, 14th and 15th century battles lasted hours, not days. Yeah. But I didn't realize that's how it was going. Yeah, that is exactly what it's doing. Okay, it's eliminating hours. So it's messing with battles, but taking a month to go to port, disembark, etc. made Navy management feel awful in EU4 too. Yeah, where was Norway when the Vestfold fell? Basically. Norway is almost gone. You know what we could do is we could also improve relations with these guys so they leave the coalition. Maybe. And look to focus on getting Norway out of the picture. Maybe that's actually the wrong way of looking at it, though. Yeah, I think we actually maybe even want to deck on these guys so that we fight the other people in the coalition. Who do we not want to fight? We don't want to fight the Hansa. That's the cat we don't want to tangle with right now. Looks like they had to change a ruler. Can we not? Oh, we're right-clicking, not the one we want? Yeah, okay, we will cancel this. Perfect. Bureaucracy law, fantastic. Decentralized. Naval's pushing all the way to 97. Holy... That's good for us. Can't push it to pushing 97, basically, just because we got docks. Because we learned what a dock is. Okay. Who's the problem here? The Hansa, clearly, right? Is there a world where you don't hate our guts? We don't want to fight the Hansa and... We don't want to fight Isengard and Mordor. That's what I'm saying. The way they simulate these battles is funny because I'm sure many times it shows for hours in the game, still matching the time the battle lasted until... What? Where was Norway? I understand the Norway when the Vestfold fell. Reference. Very much I understand it. I was born in the Lord of the Rings memes molded by them. I mean, maybe you actually should have prioritized getting this location, actually, because from here to here, to like here, we would actually have proximity. I think. Could save up for another city upgrade if we wanted as well. Yeah, nice. Unfortunately, whoever we put in charge of the boats will die. Then every son of Greece will die. Very easily, unless we keep him in port. That's like kind of just overall an obnoxious interaction. Let us look for a worthy successor. I don't think we want the negative traits, though. Negative traits are going to apply to all of our subjects, too. And our fiefdoms. Only we could make him in charge of a boat. Everyone knows that God-fearing men don't go on boats. You hate to see it. Don't want the negative tax efficiency guy. I'm gonna have to put someone in charge, otherwise we won't be able to push an additional 5% towards naval. Alright. He's got a good trait, but let's actually... do this. And just storm in Stockholm. Wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec. Just kidding. Architectural visionary time. Let's go. We will store him away, though. And since he is the only other admiral, and we, of course, only tolerate admirals as heirs, long may he reign, eventually. So if that's actually the case, we might want to punt our current leader. Because we'd rather have the .2 dev, I think. So we will put him in charge of the Navy, which will invariably lead to his death. The sea calls to the good men to take them. Didn't they take away the ability to subjugate the Hansa? Oh, I forgot the Hansa are just immortal, aren't they? Do we have a way to kill the Hansa? Did they fix naval procs? Yes. There were sieges that lasted years, it's not unreal. Yeah. There are sieges that lasted a real long time. This will also give us more crown power, so it should kick up our income a little bit. I said it should kick up our income. Yeah, it did. By 3 ducats. Oh, like 5 ducats. Just kidding. Ooh, baby. It's unfortunate we can't make this guy somehow not lowborn. Because that guy would be better. But now we get to push naval towards 98. That's several hundred gold. I think that's actually worth it. What happened to our heir? Oh no! I know what happened. We got a bigger army. Alright, this is fine. We pushed 95. That's good enough. That's pretty solid. Let's actually look at what value we want to push now. I think aristocracy or serfdom. We're gonna be faster at pushing the aristocracy, so maybe let's get on that. I don't think we have an aristocracy trend thing that we're not utilizing. Oh, we do have this. Oh, primacy of the nobility. I mean, discipline's real good, but this is gonna decrease our income by a decent amount for not a lot of satisfaction, and we don't actually need satisfaction to tax them more. I don't know. We'll put this in though. So that gives us progress towards land, but we have enough locked in towards naval now that we're kind of okay. Do we have this locked in? We do. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna detach the light ships. Who's gonna carry the boats? The light ships are. No, not that. Not those light ships. We're gonna go with the new guy. Yeah. And then this, we will tell patrol the sea just here. Do we have a checkbox for Ghost Home at War? I thought they introduced that as a mechanic. Alright. Oh, tell me they're just repairing, right? And that they won't just stay in there because it's above 95%. I know they won't push above 95% if you have multiple things that you're going towards, but will they just stay there? Pirate Stronghold is just a bug, it's not real. Granaries effectively give you flat growth, and we don't have a lot of pops, so that's going to be a lot for us. What do we come in here to grab? Naval thing, right? Yeah. I have no recollection of what I was trying to build there. Okay, they're pushed towards 100. Please tell me you don't just stay here like an idiot. That's unfortunate. That means we're gonna have to hard manual all of this. Okay, this will push up quickly at least, because the thing is winters damage the fleets, so we have to hide them in winter. Yeah. Slavery also gives you flat growth. I mean, in a manner. Not exactly flat growth, but yes. In a manner. I think the Arctic stuff we also just kind of want to add. The non-coastal Arctic, we're gonna go for this. We don't mind the trade capacity, and we just actually want the burger potentials. How's our literacy doing anyways? Just cranked to space. Oh, now I remember what we wanted to build. Well, I mean these two, but chanceries. Yeah, Theocracy doesn't unfortunately get a building. Like a specialty building, but... Is there a price on that okay? What's up with this? Masonry's unholy expensive. Well, I'm gonna forget to build the chancery, so we're just gonna put that in, but... Let's add to the masons. Because we can make stone very, very well. We need to. It does require plateau plus, right? Yeah. So here, let's make plateau or rougher, basically. We'll do that. We have the wood for that stuff. We have the wood for everything. So the stone to supply the masons is going to be, I think, something we're interested in. Proximity's coming up because the naval. Just annexed Tarnarvo, a single province. They had 22k ducats for me. Also market center. Wait, you get money when you annex people? It's like news to me. Are you at 0 market access? You guys are in the back. On the coast, you're not. Will roads be enough to get them market access or no? Very cute. A road between these two is gonna actually help that out. The market access of everything up here. That's coming up. We also need to go in here and down here. That's why we're adding more and more boats, though. Wild that just these boats can support this. Why is this so cheap? Surely we can't do it with half the boats, right? Just 5 ships, that's it? To maintain? I mean, I guess. We'll start getting some more support in there. We do have to go through this location here, so this is still giving stuff on the way to here. But how are we going through here? And we are attritioning because of winters, right? Yeah. Oh, we attrition in the ports too? Bro. This is actually one of the things that kept me off of doing one of these runs. Was I did not want to... I guess we'll just let that grow. Because it does have a... Looking at the settlement, I was thinking of trying to do this to get more slaves. But... just let the settlement grow until the settlement deletes, because it is the best natural harbor there. This is a decent, but it's got a settlement, so... I guess we'll calm down about that. So he's gonna be real nice with the pound lock. How long are we going for today? Probably, I was just thinking that we're probably at kind of around a decent stopping point. Like, just hitting the naval. And we have, like, a big chunk of looking forward to next age, next session. Kind of get into getting an army morale. I think that we just want the merc stuff too, though. So let's go for that. Maybe we could have just super loaned up to fight the other guy. I mean, we could swap Hellenism. think we will continue to do this location until we get it to 20 dev, so that eventually Panlock Canal works. Sponsor the Noble Arts is attractive. But we're already like gonna be binking that amount anyways. It's like not giving us more than we otherwise would. Let's promote member of this or this reasonable. Not really. Could just do conduct a census for the pop growth. We have a lot of pop growth because we have some really underpopulated areas though, so proportionally it's not that much pop growth. Let's get an annexation started here actually. I think I like Scania. It takes a long time to annex them though. Relative to like going for something over here, but we are set up to have like a naval governor for them that'll be really good. Also kind of want to go for like these guys, but we could do both. Let's do that and at least see what it's like. Oh, it's just only negative modifiers. They have more culture than us. Oh, Jesus, yeah. No, that's not gonna work. But we also don't want to annex these guys that we want to flip their culture. Carthage almost flipped itself. That guy's not loyal. Yeah, this is a guy we could start annexing pretty soon here, and I think we could actually, yeah, get proximity to him now. So that's gonna be decent. Why'd the music stop? We don't really need this stability investment either here. I don't think that's worth the 12 stab bump. You do this, you can take a stab hit. I think we want additional taxes. We don't mind going bellicose. We want to go serfdom actively. We take our additional taxes and run with it. It's super nice that we have slavery because this just means that we can kind of like auto expand on this. Price of iron's actually come up. Why is it doing that? We're starting to run exports of iron. So that means the iron is like relatively unthrottled. I think we will put an auto expand on that. We don't have very much pops here now. But we will get them. As long as we don't have a settlement in the location. Because it'll just pull slaves when they run out of workers. So here has a settlement, so we'll just let it... well, we can pull slaves and then slaves will get the huge pop growth modifier. Maybe it's okay. And we do want to get the iron, like, pushed out. We want the Hansa out of the coalition. Oh, looks like these guys might be out of the coalition. That would be also equally perfect. And then we would be able to probably just like full annex them. What's all going on here? Oh, Lubeck's in here too. Perfect. We don't want to deck on Lubeck, but we could take Lubeck. That's actually really nice. As long as the other boys don't join. But even then, we have decent income. We can afford to merc. Just need a little bit of diplomats in our life. Like a couple months worth of diplomats. Up to 1 million pops too. I never realized we had mercs somewhere still. Oh, those were mercs. I feel stupid. I thought we were just getting free units. No free lunch, I guess. I don't think we need to add mercs or levies to make this work, so we will go without. We do want to push capital economy eventually. We may be at that point. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Not as good as last patch, but... Well, actually, it's better right now. I guess we do want to kind of assign competent people here and there. Plan's starting to get up there in the dev. I guess we can push cap economy now. Sorry, that is going to give us most profitable first. It gives us progress towards cap economy. What we had was first come, first serve, which gives us progress towards traditional economies, so that's going to give us 0.2 additional progress. So when you do when you decide you want to make the shuffle, that's how you do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I think that we'll actually ignore this. This is like not a lot of satisfaction relative to power level. We're trying to like pull back on some of this, but naval maintenance will also be decent, I think. Navy maintenance is kind of expensive, so we'll do that to give them a little bit more satisfaction. I guess we can bust up their navy real quick. Still ready for that. But Yeah, repairing these guys is going to be a huge annoying pain. It's not our business. Are you colonizing the Sami lands? We're colonizing some stuff up here. Mainly want to make sure that there's a road route. I guess we just finished one of the colonies. I think we just want to run 2 colonies at once. But we're starting to push it, yeah, a little bit more. Interesting to see them pushing this. There's in order for market villages to work, they have to have at least one, or they have to have non-zero market access, so we care that there's like zero market access up here. Because that means we won't be able to get market villages up there for the dev, which is kind of something we care about long term. I'm not sure what the solution is. If there's a way to infrastructure up there, some amount of control. Maybe there's a market like right here that makes sense. I kind of would hate to make that market, but... It's better on the hills. Maybe it's here. Ugh, what an ugly market spot. But the problem is then, like... We'd rather just feed everything into this market. Like all the inputs. Although wood as an input is not as important to feed into the market anymore. Because they made it so that you get the bonus, like, from having wood in the market for only the burger buildings or whatever. Talking about the prod efficiency bonus. So you're locally sourced inside the market. You can see lumber is giving us a bonus on some stuff because it's sourced locally inside the market. But as I understand it, that doesn't apply to the rural buildings anymore. Yeah. Just the burger ones. And lumber, the biggest thing is it's a source of is the rural stuff. We'd still be missing out on some copper and some other stuff, and also maybe we want to try and put it closer to the coast. I think this like kind of makes a lot of sense as a market though. Because we're actually trying to not necessarily have the best market access, because we're trying to keep a lot of the locations in the Stockholm market just with low market access. We could even just put it like at the top here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, if we were trying to make use of the territory, like, up here might make sense, but the thing is, it's, like, what are we gonna do with all that? How many vassals do you have? A lot. I guess you're looking for a number. 40. Do want to separate piece out Lubeck as well. And full annex them. Because we want control of the market center. That might make our subjects act a little funny though. Hopefully that's not too serious. Guess we do have to maybe be a little bit proactive about offering market access preference. Could also change laws to allow us to push this a little bit more, but I think we'll just wait until next Parliament to push the laws. That's why you don't make historical vassals. They have crap values and laws. Are you sure they get released with the historic values and laws? Because I know that, like, if we release someone, they release as a theocracy. Like, no matter what. Which is, like, funny. I think we'll start upping some of this. Especially if we want to annex people, yeah. Did we build the Padlock Canal? I don't think we did. Yeah. Proximity is just looking better and better. Not that this is like super high value stuff anyways. We look at the wealth. Furs, I guess, kind of valuable. They got expanded out all the way. We don't have furs over here. We have furs here. Not super expensive. I think some of these areas are starting to get pretty valuable. Let's take a look. Location wealth. This and this are high, and this. Let's put down bailiffs. It's expensive masonry for us. Yeah, it is. Masonry is just generally kind of getting somewhat throttled. Some of this stuff, the stuff freezing up that requires masonry can be like a bit of an issue in general. Also gonna make the settlements more expensive. I don't think this is necessarily the same market, is it? No, it is Stockholm. Not the winters, not my gumdrop buttons. I mean, our solution can just be to produce more and more. We were producing so much, though. Oh, the price is coming back down. It's fine. Was that the right market? Yeah, it was. Yeah, one more month. And we should be able to... I think we'll just build them on all the iron RGOs, because those are going to expand out, and they're going to fill up really quickly, because they're going to pull slaves. And so we want it to be as high value for us as possible. So like, should give it quite a bit of control. I'm 96 in 1570. They have no negative strength modifier. Jesus. Movie capital HRE location no longer auto enrolls HRE. I'm not sure. It's stupid getting attrition in a port. I don't know if it's super stupid, but it feels really bad. I don't know if ships got damaged while in port. Like, this is not, like, inconceivable to me. I don't know, though. Like, the fact that we're gonna have to micro our brains out all the time is, like, kind of feels bad. Like, to repair the ships. Yeah. I know they'll repair some at sea, but it's not, like, all the way. I don't know, maybe that's okay. Maybe we just, like, park the navies and see what happens. I'm pretty sure the last time we tried that, like, on a test run, We basically just got bricked. How are we doing on some of these roads? We want these places to start getting the dev bonus for the road. In addition to the slightly extra proximity, it's gonna give us more control. Get up to like 90 control. Like some of these iron locations. Got a breach. I don't think we're assaulting 1,000 guys though. I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna want to go for. Does this make the HRE super madge? It shouldn't, right? Because it's not within the HRE? Or is it? Probably want this on a hotkey. I'll put it on 8. Oh, they added everything to the HRE. Fuck. That sucks super hard, actually. That's gonna make everything cost so much more to do. I think that really, like, cranks up the antagonism, like, in outer space, basically. What are we doing here? We don't have, like, any control here. Yeah, so this is really not going to assimilate very well. Just swap to deving. Enforce culture. Couple of those guys. I think we've already started enforcing culture in some of these spots. Art's not very relevant. Yeah, I think the plan is to subjugate this guy, but it's gonna be so expensive, isn't it? Plan is his subject. Take Lubeck, subjugate him. Cry a lot. Try not to cry a lot. Hellenism's in the game? Yeah, sorry, I'm behind on chat, you guys. Let's get caught up a little bit. I'm trying to conduct this war. Let's lose some speed and catch up on chat. Game's just flying with the faster Universalis mod. But taking out the hour ticks is like pretty substantive, I think. Auto expand mod added a button for RGO. Yeah, it's very nice. Super, it's the fork. I forget, I think might be Connor working on it? I'm not sure. Is it possible to sell Hansa if you take Lubeck? Vassalize them? I'm not sure. You have an architectural visionary you could put as an heir? I didn't think so. Did we? This gentleman. Yeah, okay, we do. But we have another we could put as an heir, too. Perfect. I like marches, but admin bonus and Renaissance too juicy. Yeah, especially now with the mercs. I think H2 admin, diplo, and military are much closer than people give them credit for. Isn't trying to remember what's in the military, but I remember the military just being super naval focused. Market prod efficiency affects all buildings in towns and cities, including the peasanty ones. Oh, but it's just towns and cities? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Does closing slave centers funnel job seekers to the open ones? I don't think so. It's just if there's available slave promotions. Protected harbors should stop weather damage. I agree. That seems like it would make sense to me. The Carrick, we could get a morale bonus. I think that we just want to be able to build these things, though. I don't know if we necessarily need hoofness. Ships get damaged in ports. Why do you think we pulling them ashore during the winter? You should maybe be able to pull them ashore during the winter, then, though. I think traditional economy is better long-term for producing goods that feed your production efficiency, keeping it at 200% capacity modifier. It's maybe better than it used to be. I've also thought that long-term it might be better as well, because it's easier to get prod efficiency as a modifier than raw materials output. However, raw materials output is not applying at a margin. And this is a big deal. And so if you have no raw materials output modifier, this just increases your income by 20%, right? But if you have a building, like, this also increases the amount of buildings that you can have before you start getting to the point where buildings decrease your income. Profitable buildings are decreasing your income. And if you have a building, like, most buildings that are, like, outputting 100 of outputs, let's say, in the early game are going to have like 85 of inputs. So it's not increasing your income by 20%. What it's doing is it's bringing you from a marginal input of 15 to a marginal input of 35. It's like doubling your output. Now this is if you have no prod bonuses already and you're going to have other prod bonuses, right? So it's not quite a fair comparison, but if you have already a lot of prod bonuses and you discount this to being like half as good, it's still, like, tends to look better than trad economy, because this is not applying at a margin. But it is feeding into the other stuff, and as you mentioned, it does allow you to get more prod bonuses, but the value of being plus 200% significantly decreases, right, as you get more prod bonuses. So using it to get more prod bonuses is, like, less, well, it's complicated, but I'm pretty sure the math is... I haven't looked at the math, but intuitively I'm pretty sure cap economy is going to look better in most situations until you start getting into really high nosebleed amounts of prod efficiency. And I don't think we're, like, close to that. $34 and tag. The HRE is not going to be happy about what we do with this war. These guys aren't subject to the other guy, right? Oh, they make everyone so pissed. We're just coalitioned by these North guys for forever. God, this sucks so hard. Can we transfer the other guy? What if we just take provinces? It's like apocalyptic too. Fuck. That's so painful that these guys just add all the locations to the HRE. These are proper Danish locations. Yeah, I think we just have to bite the bullet here and just experience intense, never-ending pain. Yeah, we don't have like an ally to feed stuff to. They can't pull places out of the HRE either. They're just like in the HRE forever, I think. The Hansa really is just never gonna leave us alone. We're creating a nemesis. Creating a living golem. These are their subjects, right? Oh, they're not? I know I'm stupid. Oh, I messed up. I thought they were subjects. We're in April. We maybe reload over that. Messed up. March is the autosave, so this is kind of nice. I just can't read sometimes. They're like the same color, man. Simply dismantle HRE, basically. Is Norse a religion? It is. If you're building your first military unit, you want the most bang for your buck. With 15 million pops from your cap, what do you make first? I thought it might be actually a... what is it? A camp followers unit? Because I thought that it was going to give combined arm bonuses to your levies, but levies apparently don't count for the combined arms bonuses. Or maybe, yeah, maybe it's like a combination of a bunch, but like cavalry and camp followers combined to get combined arm bonuses on the remainder of your levies. Something like this. Well, you know what we could do is we could subjugate Lubeck actually instead. This would be less antagonism, and then annex them as quickly as possible, basically. Or just like a little bit faster. And then eventually we get the market. Or what am I saying? We could also just... No, we don't have a... We need a location in the Lubeck market. And we don't have one to be able to yoink the market. But that's actually maybe the way we want to handle it long term, rather than eating the antagonism on Lubeck. Okay. So separate sue for peace, but why can't we vassalize him? Capital plan needs to be... Okay. I thought... Yeah. We should take a break. I thought that because I couldn't subjugate them that they were a subject already. But that seems to not be the case. So... How much is it to vassalize Plan? What the hell is that? Are they not a co-belligerent? Not gonna tell me? Keep your secrets? Might be an alright then keep your secrets moment, actually. I thought they fixed this tooltip where it would show you modifiers. Does not. Oh, it's so much pain. Click on the location and click on the HRE symbol and remove the location from the HRE. Shouldn't realistically be some integration time actually adding the HRE. It seems weird that it's instant. Yeah, I think so too. Isn't there a war goal or peace deal where you force them to close shop in certain cities for the Hansa? I'm not sure. I thought the antag bonus for vassalization is gone. No, it's like, like this, the guy who we decked it on, this is much cheaper. I guess he's smaller, but... Ugh, the HRE is just gonna hate our guts for forever. Like, no matter what we do here. Brother, we could do this. Oh, I hate that it's like this. I hate this so much. This is so stupid. I think it would be fine if, like, we were taking, like... Well, this is HRE dirt. Maybe this is fine. I hate that they added it to the HRE. Alright, this is 35 war score worth of stuff and gives us 170 antagonism. This is... So we are getting a discount here. Okay. I think we just do it on them. We eat this massive antagonism on the northern Germanic states, but it'll go down. And we also subjugate Lubeck, and then we just, like, have to completely chill out from this area for, like, forever. Or be ready to fight everyone, which I don't think we are. Especially Boho, like, I'm not interested in poking that bear. So, I guess that's... I guess we conclude this peace deal, like, in a similar fashion to how we did, but... What time is it? Alright. Are these repaired? Yes. Cool. Yeah, having to micro those is gonna be a vibe. How many ticks can we take? And Sala's gonna be something else eventually. We'll do that. I think we're just always choosing this when it's available at this point. I think that's good parliament for us. Oh, we can't subjugate them. Is that because they're part of the Hansa or whatever? So I guess we're getting the peace deal we got anyways. Okay. And then let's make them vassal. And then we do this. I don't think this guy has additional cores, he doesn't. And then... why do we get the militant faithful there? Maybe we want these guys down here anyways. But now I think we integrate this. So this action, so probably need to turn our attention back towards... oh boy! Those people is pissed. They're gonna join if we actually unpause, so... might be one of these things where we have to declare it immediately. Oh boy. A bunch of disloyal subjects here too for us. Or I guess it's Ocel in Norway. But we get to separate peace out Norway, we get to full annex Norway. And take a bunch of stuff, but then we're just the baddie for forever. God, the HRE stuff's so painful. Maybe we should have just left Lubeck alone. It's 40 antag. Boho is also going to be borderline pissed. Like, we have to not touch the HRE for a hot minute, basically until we're strong enough to fight all of the HRE. It's very interesting. Well, playing as Norse, you were always the baddie? True. We got Norse painted over here. Are we the baddies? We are the baddies. We have a colonial charter there already? Alright. Yeah, it's probably before unpause, just have to deck on Novgorod. Otherwise we're never gonna get another... we're never gonna get another chance to annex Norway until we can fight all of the HRE if we don't. Is that our subject Ocel? No, they're not our subject. When did they flip? Oh, they must have revolted and then we didn't help them or couldn't help them. Yeah, so that's kind of fine. And then we get to annex, we get to subjugate Denmark, actually, with this. Which will be nice, because the subjugation on Denmark will give us claims over all this stuff. So they'll develop CBs. Or the rest of the stuff. Just trying to make Scandinavian, man. Just trying to vibe it out. It's time to head westwards. I was finding out why the fun you have in EU games is proportional to the distance you have from HRE. Just can't do anything with it. We should disband the HRE. Remove it from the game, please. I liked it better when Bohemia and France just ate it all. Not really, but like, I'm not sure this is the solution either. I want them to all like join together and, well, I guess for this, in this context specifically, I don't want them to be able to add stuff as quickly to the HRE. I think that's probably the thing that's annoying to me. Because I think if I took a chunk of like the northern HRE and then they wanted to all just coalition me, I think I'd be fine with that. Before peace, max your dip rep? Yeah, we already did. Government reforms and cab actions can give you minus 20%, yeah. But it's not like nominal minus 20%. The issue, it's not going to affect the HRE modifier that much because of how antagonism modifiers work, just in general. The way that, like, they're all additive percentage multipliers, and for, if you're generating really low antagonism on someone already, the modifiers will be insane. Because they'll just bring you from like only taking 30 antagonism to taking 10 antagonism. It's like 2/3 or whatever. And this is also why antagonism should probably be like not discount modifiers, but okay. Because antagonism is like super light switchy. It's either you take nothing or you take like infinite. But the thing with the HRE is taking stuff within the HRE is plus 200%. So getting minus 20% on plus 200% doesn't really make that big deal. Like, it's like, you just like shrug your shoulders. It's whatever. But we have one war. I guess we're gonna seize Oslo. Probably try and grab this entire province from Novgorod and this. So we could release a subject and have the market capital. Taking their capital, though, is dirty. It's stanky. We could also try and deny all of their colonies as well by, like, landlocking them or something like this. Because I think the colonies does count towards Scandinavia. Like, we're not particularly close, but yeah, this colonial dirt, everything that's part of Scandinavia we'll probably try and take from Novgorod. I think we're going to do that next session, though. On the current patch beta, you can take all of Denmark in one war without a coalition. Well, normally, Denmark's not in the Normally, they're not in the HRE, but they got added to the HRE. So, like, our run got super scuffed by someone conquering a bunch of Denmark and adding it to the HRE, basically. Legislative change, probably the biggest part of it. Oh, yeah. Well, because, like, it's like, taking away the antagonism reduction from legislative efficiency is like a band-aid solution. Because the real issue is that it's operating at a discount. It wasn't the case that, like, it was super, super problematic. If they made them speed modifiers or efficiency modifiers, it, like, wouldn't be as big a problem. But the issue is, like, you could reduce people from, like, 100% to 30%, and then the legislative efficiency was giving, like, an additional 10 to 20%, to 30%, something like this. And so this extra percentage was meaning you were cutting stuff in half or by 2/3, but it's like not because because additional marginal antagonism reduction is so valuable because it's operating at a discount, which is like why procs was a problem. They fixed the procs problem. But yeah. Flurry also played EU4 today. Playmaker's playing EU4. Do you want to play EU4 too? I haven't played EU4 in like 5 or 6 years. I have no interest in playing EU4. I would be playing Vic 3. Vic 3 would be my pivot. I was actually playing Dominion 6 for fun. I haven't played a video game solo bolo for fun in a while. How's it better to colonize? Do you like subject or make it your own empire? Thematically, like I just or here, let's make sure we start actually exploring this. Thematically, I just like, I can't do it. I can't own it personally, but I think you actually want the colony to own it unless you're like Iberian, in which case maybe you don't. Flurry beat the Ottomans with Theodora without loans or allies. It was insane to watch. Flurry do go hard. He's like the only EU4 content creator I really watched very much of. Back in the day, but I don't watch much Paradox content anymore. But yeah, I think we'll see if anyone else is streaming the category. I think that we're in for a big war and don't want to conduct it today, but it's going to be fighting Novgorod, and then we're going to be doing a lot of chilling after that, or a lot of like heading towards Perm or something. Maybe we're supposed to fight over here. In which case, like, the larger question for us becomes where are we supposed to put our capitals in this type of thing. So we do need to draw a big, great road in this direction. Maybe we put a capital in Novgorod. That's nice and themey, huh? We just need to be able to draw a land bridge or a road bridge to Novgorod, but that's not, like, that unreasonable. Trying to get it set up, at least. How much procs are we getting here? 39. I wonder when everything's maxed out what it'll be. I'm concerned that this is just too close for a naval governor to be good. And perhaps even down here is too close for a naval governor to be good for Copenhagen, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is faster? 5, 6, 7, and then in. And so we're paying 2.5 a segment times 7. You know, 14, 17 plus in and out. Like, I guess it'll be slightly better. Coming through here might be even faster though. 61, no, it won't be, but yeah, so maybe this is. Copenhagen's okay, but then we're denying dev to this region. We're dev starving it. Which is maybe not ideal. Everything, we would be dev starving Denmark. Like, it would be better for us to like maybe feed a subject these locations and have a naval capital here. No, this doesn't make sense. Could try the naval capital here, but then we can't do land capitals past there. We're like blocking ourselves in. Or I guess we could have subjects like in a ring here. I don't like the way that you're like incentivized to like intentionally exclave. It's like not a fun play pattern. Okay. The launch EU5 campaign ends today. Someone played one campaign all the way from launch?
You can't live on the business.
That's insane. Alright, we're gonna give them a raid. So, it was super long campaign, and they're playing the same save file. That's nuts. Is that what's going on there? I can't tell because I got ad bopped. No, not the ad bop. Now's the time for me to play ads. Alright, and then we will link it to the YouTubers as well, if they are interested. Yeah, they're in 1800s. Holy. Looks like they're playing Italy. I'm actually gonna watch this a little bit. Alright, so we'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers. Godspeed. And we'll say goodbye to the Twitch people. Smell you later. / we're raiding.